order the Santa Barbara Unified School District Board of Trustees meeting October 22nd.
They probably can't.
I think you can hear me.
Can you hear?
Right?
Okay.
All right. Do we have any public comments?
Yes.
Okay.
So, do you want me to take it off?
And then you're running the clock. Okay. So board, Brian Rouse will be running the clock. It's visible on both sides.
Okay.
So very high-tech setup, so you will see the clock on this side, and the crowd sees the clock on the other side.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Hi.
Hello.
It's parking.
So we're just getting started.
Great.
Look at this. Right now, we're just going to look at the public comment. We just started, so we haven't looked at them at all.
These are all closed.
We don't know. We just got them. This is not just started to separate.
They're closed.
B3 is the closed session item. Yes, we're going to take the closed session. Yeah,
Okay. I guess I'm
yeah. So,
microphone here. Thank you.
and it's always live.
Welcome, everybody. Thanks for being here. We have a handful of speakers for closed session comments, agenda items. So I will start first, and just to review the rules, which I think you probably know by now, but you have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll give you a very friendly 30-second warning when your time is about to be up. You certainly don't have to use the 3 minutes, but you're entitled to it. So thanks for being here. And we'll start first with Marcy Wimbish, followed by Elise Simmons, followed by Bill Woodard.
Hi, my name is Marcy Wimbish. I am a former San Marcos parent. I've not attended a board meeting in over a year and have been reluctant to speak on this issue. I'm uncomfortable in contentious settings and hate standing here. However, after seeing the information released in recent depositions, I could not be silent. On February 5th, just over 2 weeks after the initial online chat incident at San Marcos, I sat in a community meeting and heard Superintendent Matsuoka announce to an angry group of San Marcos parents that he and his cabinet had not been informed of the online chat incident until late Tuesday afternoon. I was alarmed and immediately looked at the person next to me and asked to confirm what he had just said. I later watched a video to confirm again. I was shocked to hear Mr. Matsuoka say this, as I knew for certain that Assistant Superintendent Fran Wagonak had been called immediately at the time of the incident, and I also knew for certain that several parents had sent emails to the district office on Monday morning with details of the incident, including screenshots. During the time period of Ed's demotion, I heard Mr. Matsuoka repeat on several occasions that 4 days passed before he or his cabinet had information about the incident. Each time, I was shocked by this chain of misinformation. Here is how Mr. Matsuoka answered when questions asked about his statements under oath. Question, your first answer in the second paragraph says, there was a 4-day delay in my cabinet being informed. Do you see that? Answer, I see it. Question, your cabinet team actually learned about it on January 19th, correct? Answer, that Friday, yes. Question, and you yourself received some disturbing posts on Monday, January 22nd, right? Answer, correct. And the board received these same disturbing posts on the morning of January 22nd, correct? Answer, correct. Question, so there was not a 4-day delay in your cabinet team being informed, right? Answer, correct. Let that sink in. Our superintendent admitted under oath that he lied to the public and lied to the press. He also admitted to doing nothing to correct these lies. Are you okay with that? After reading the deposition from Mr. Ed Barron's lawsuit, I feel vindicated on behalf of myself, on behalf of the Save Ed Barron's committee, and most importantly, on behalf of Ed Barron's. Now it's my turn to ask you, are you concerned about the lies that were being spread through the community by your superintendent, which were very harmful to the reputation of one of your district employees? What are you going to do to fix this?
30 seconds.
It is your responsibility to protect the community that puts their trust in you. You need to make it clear to Mr. Matsuoka that lying and manipulating people and information is not okay. Now it is your turn to show the public the ethical standards by which our school district stands. Show the community that you are not okay with our district leaders knowingly lying to us. Show our community that we deserve better. Show our students that they deserve better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Elise Simmons.
I want to remind us, excuse me, Ms. Capps, I want to remind us that we want to be respectful of this process. It's not a pep rally, it's not a political rally. We really just want to conduct the business of the board. So we can, if we can just minimize and be respectful of the speakers and, even if you agree or disagree with what they're saying.
Great. Dr. Elise Simmons, followed by Bill Woodard, followed by Anna Scharfield.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Elise Simmons, and as you know, I'm the principal of Santa Barbara High School. And principals don't often speak during public comments. And in my 21 years working for the Santa Barbara Unified School District, this is only my second time speaking during public comments. The first time was to question the decision to move the sixth graders at La Cumbre back to the elementary sites in an effort to save money. I spoke for the benefit of the La Cumbre community, not for myself. Tonight I stand here speaking for our district's community. And again, the principals are here tonight as well. And I'm not here for myself. I'm here for our students and our families. For more than a year now, I have watched as a small minority of people attempt to control the Santa Barbara Unified School District narrative, and I will not be silent anymore. The Fair Education Group is working hard to dismantle and disparage the hard work that educators engage in every day. But what they don't know is that no matter who they attack, they can't break our strength. So then you may wonder, why am I and the principals here tonight? And I'm here because I want to invite the media and the Board of Trustees to come to Santa Barbara High School to see what we're doing. Come walk the campus with me, see firsthand the beauty and the areas that need improvement. Meet the hardworking staff as they personalize each and every lesson to meet the wide varying needs of every student. Talk with our students, ask them what equity means to them, and why it's important that their teachers participate in programs offered by Just Communities. And talk with the 4,000 or more parents that are pleased with Santa Barbara Unified School District, many of which have purposely chosen for their child to attend Santa Barbara High School, a public school, over the private schools in town. Lastly, I'm here to remind everyone of our board policy on civility, BP 1313. The district is committed to maintaining orderly educational and administrative processes to keep schools and administrative offices free from disruptions and preventing unauthorized persons from entering school and district grounds. Members of Santa Barbara Unified School District staff will treat parents, each other, and other members of the public with respect and expect the same in return. The governing board believes all employees should have the opportunity to carry out their duties and interactions with the public in a professional manner, and that employees should not be subjected to abusive behavior. This policy promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public.
30 seconds.
And is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain a safe, harassment-free workplace for students and staff. Abusive behavior is defined as the use of obscenities, yelling, or defamatory language, the use of any threatening words or phrases, or the use of any threatening behavior to intimidate or otherwise berate employees. District employees will remind in a quiet and civil manner that any individual who exhibits abusive behavior, such as disrupting or threatening to disrupt school office operations, will remind them quietly and politely to please follow the civility clause and be civil. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bill Woodard, followed by Anna Scharfield, followed by Sheridan Rosenberg.
Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Bill Woodard, and as you know, I'm the principal at Dos Pueblos High School. I have worked in this district for 15 years, and before that worked in 2 other high-performing districts in the Los Angeles area. I'm speaking tonight to share my frustration with the tactics and sometimes unhinged personal attacks of a small group of parents and outside instigators at the recent board meetings. This group has continued a false narrative regarding our superintendent, and by extension, our schools. And while none of us are eager to enter into this fray, it is long past time for us to stay on the sidelines while inaccurate, unfair information goes without response. Parental involvement and public comments are a healthy part of the public process. There are legitimate questions to ask about our district initiatives, and feedback is both encouraged and sought. But blurting out "lock him up" during public comments creating a petition using a misleading photograph of our superintendent that falsely suggests he gave the finger, and flat out misrepresenting facts to further your narrative are tactics that should be strongly and universally condemned. They are tactics that are anything but fair. So I say to those in fair education, please stop engaging in offensive and misleading rhetoric, and instead please come meet with me and the principal to share your concerns. I think you'll find that many of your assumptions about the goals and impacts of programs like those supported by our superintendent, like Just Communities, are untrue. To those in the media gathered here, stop merely repeating what you hear at board meetings, and please do your duty. Interview us, spend time at the schools, ask us questions, take a school tour with us. Please do some research. We are open for you. And to our Board of Trustees, the presence of all these school leaders here tonight should send a clear message that we oppose the tone and rhetoric of those that have been dominating public comments in recent weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Sharpfield, followed by Sheridan Rosenberg, followed by James Spector.
My name is, good morning, board members. My name is Anna Scharfeld, and I'm the principal at Santa Barbara Community Academy. I would normally not speak in public comment, but I feel that it is my duty to share with the board and the public my thoughts about Santa Barbara Unified. I also want to thank my fellow administrators who are here in support. I choose to work in Santa Barbara Unified. I choose to work in Santa Barbara Unified because of Mr. Matsuoka's vision and his positive and supportive leadership style. He is one of the best leaders that I have worked with in my 20-year career, and that includes working under 5 different superintendents. He has created a culture of learning, collaboration, and expects us to challenge the status quo in support of each and every student. There are amazing things happening all over our district. There have been academic gains. Yes, we want to keep growing. There is a focus on social emotional learning and positive behavior systems, an increase in parent engagement, and the challenging but effective work of developing multi-tiered system of supports so that we can reach every student. This all includes a focus on equity and amplifying the gifts that our students bring with them to school. We too want to improve, but we are also doing great things for our students. This is all possible because of the leadership of our superintendent, his cabinet, my fellow administrators, and all of our teachers and families. I would also like to take this opportunity to remind our community that we are here to educate and model productive and respectful discourse for our students. I choose to work in Santa Barbara Unified because of the incredible leadership that models equity, professionalism, and values all voices. I want to remind us all that our students are watching. Advocating for what we believe in is important, but we must do it in productive and responsible ways. Our school district's policy is to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. Going forward, I ask our community that we set an example for our students by communicating respectfully,
30 seconds.
acknowledging the good work that is being done, and working together to support the entire Santa Barbara Unified community.
Thank you. Sheridan Rosenberg, again followed by James Fechner, followed by our last speaker, Justin Tuttle.
Hi, I'm James Fechner. I don't know where Sheridan is.
Okay.
I think it was nice to hear those 3 principals with their presentations. I think what's nice there is they won't have to worry about suffering the fate of Ed Behrens anytime soon. Fair Education Santa Barbara disavows all mob justice. We believe in objective facts, due process, and full transparency of the educational curriculum. Last few days, we learned about a lie. Superintendent Matsuoka has borne false witness. He has lied to achieve his aims. Mr. Matsuoka, as another speaker said, took 4 days, it took Mr. Behrens 4 days to disclose information, when in fact, Mr. Behrens disclosed information to the administration within a few hours of discovery. Perhaps this very lie was used to deceive some members of the board. Now, I don't blame you. When someone lies to you, it's very difficult. If you can't tell the truth, the person who can't tell the truth should not be leading this district. They shouldn't be around our children. Without trust, there's nothing. Last week, Mr. Matsuoka attempted to take even more control away from the school board. Before the school board could vote, Mr. Matsuoka withdrew his contract extension himself. Perhaps this is just another Machiavellian plan. Perhaps to slip the contract extension back in sometime in the future when there's even fewer people in the audience. I would just like to remind each board member, the superintendent works for you. You are his boss. Even if he had a hand in getting a couple of you into your positions, you are his boss. He shouldn't be there to lie or manipulate you or anyone else. Please, board members, rise to this moment. Be an
30
example.
seconds.
The time is always right to do what is right. At a minimum, please cancel Mr. Matsuoka's contract extension. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Justin Tuttle.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Justin Tuttle. As I had mentioned last week, since Superintendent Matsuoka's last reviewing period, we've had the Mad Academy fiasco, the Gate and Ed Behrens mess, a litany of lawsuits and escalating legal fees, $10 million budget shortfall, $600,000 hit to the general fund for mismanaging the school meal program. I noticed there was something else for $64,000 based on some sort of mismanagement that we're going to hit the general fund again this evening. Political patronage appointments to his executive team, a duck cover and blame others management style, bearing criminal and employment investigations in-house, and the failure to implement industry best management practices expected of a highly paid leader. Now let's just get to last week. Dos Pueblos High School, there were assurances, oh, we're going to have a public address system. What happens? We have an active shooter threat. No public address system. How does the notice get out? I'm hearing that teachers and students were notified by text and by phone, yet they're not supposed to have the phone out in class anyway. But that's how we handled this at Dos Pueblos High School, because in 2019, we can't have a public address system. Let's put some money into that instead of some alternative things. Then we get, last week, Marshall Webb, trumpeted as this wonderful Dean of Student Services in Santa Barbara press releases. Yet, doing a simple Google search, we find out that he had previously resigned after being placed on leave after his wife was arrested for allegedly having sex with a student. Suddenly cleared his desk a couple Fridays ago, and you had accepted his resignation last week. Cannot the HR staff do some simple Google searches before hiring people to be around our children? Deposition transcripts where he apparently admitted under oath in the Ed Behrens matter to lying in his public statements to achieve his objective. But even more appalling were the apparent lies and misleading statements he made to you, the board, who are his bosses and have a duty to rein him in, yet he continues with impunity. I ask you, what will next week bring? What will next month bring? How many more lies and messes do you need to endure and clean up before you run him out? Santa Barbara Unified School District emails went out to principals and teachers to attend tonight's meeting. This is not only grossly
30
inappropriate,
seconds.
but potentially illegal to use Santa Barbara Unified School District email for this purpose. Those employed under his regime are biased and need to save their job. You already heard from others who have outlined being bullied and retaliated against. It's like the king calling his subjects to say what a good boss he is. They are biased and fearful of their jobs, as they should be after seeing what happened to Ed Behrens and others. What example is he setting for our children, lying and misleading? Do your job and rein him in.
Time.
Give him a firm exit date, and let's start working on a transition plan. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Do we have one more speaker? I believe we do. Thank you.
There was a mistake on that other one.
On this one?
It was a different card.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Audrey, sorry, I can't read your last name, Knopfenzer. Hi, how are you? Welcome. So again, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Audrey Knapfziger. I am a parent. I have 2 daughters in the district, and one is actually an active student in the district, and I'm concerned about the state of our school district and the safety of our children. I am a career sex crimes prosecutor, having worked in this field for 25 years and having run the sex crimes division. I live in Santa Barbara. I work down south. I know a thing or two about sex offenders, and I know how they hide in plain sight. I know how they groom parents and children to get access. I know how they fraternize with children to lower their inhibitions. And I know how predators get away with years of abuse because institutions charged with the responsibility of protecting them do not do their job and refuse to follow the law. I also know firsthand about institutionalized sexual abuse and cover-up because I am a survivor. Dr. George Tyndall, the USC campus gynecologist, abused me in 1990 and 800 other women who have come forward to date. Do you know why he got away with it for so long? Almost 30 years? Because the administration of the school refused to deal with it. And they allowed him to continue, despite the fact that staff and victims were complaining. It's fair to say that each parent, hardworking teacher, and the organizations here who have brought real concerns to light want the same thing I want, which is to protect our children. This must become the #1 priority at this school district. Did you know that this month Governor Newsom signed into law 2 bills to protect students from institutions that refuse to do so? Those 2 bills are AB 218 and AB 1015. I was there, and I'm proud to have been a part of this legislation that went through. Survivors who are now adults walk the halls and told legislators what happened to them. Did you know the average age of a survivor that feels safe to come forward is 52 years old? That's the average age when someone who is a child will raise their hand and tell about abuse. I've had a seat at the table, and I want to tell you who is against protecting the students on these 2 very important bills that were just passed. And the administration and the school board knows because it was the lobbyists that work on their behalf that stood up and voiced opposition to these 2 bills. And that is public record. It is the widespread failure of academic institutions to protect students and fire predators that has
30
led to the
seconds.
need of these bills. Just last week, 2 major headlines in California proved this point. You can Google these 2 cases. They are shocking. One is Redlands School District, and the other is the Anaheim Unified School District, that not only failed to investigate abuse, but directed teachers who complained to not cooperate with law enforcement.
Your time's just about up. A couple more seconds, if you could wrap it up, that'd be great.
I have a feeling in the room tonight there are people who did complain about things that happened at Santa Barbara High and other schools, and that they have been silenced.
Thank you.
I ask this board to make it their #1 priority to improve the safety of our children. Nothing has come to light since the Mad Academy scandal that has convinced me that we
Thank
are
you.
moving in the right
We're
direction.
at time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm getting some signals over here that we might have some cards that came in and didn't get up here on time.
She's first. Sharon and then here are the remaining cards.
All right, well, let's keep things moving. So these are the final 3 speakers.
Yes, and her, she's the 4th.
I don't have a card.
We don't need that. But it is, she did turn.
Okay, we need to get a card for you after, but if you could state your name, that would be fantastic.
I'm sorry?
We need to get a card for you after, but if you could state your
I
name.
filled out a card.
Okay,
I did.
okay.
And I circled the right agenda. I didn't really prepare a statement.
Do you mind just saying your name for those
My
who
name
are?
is Maria Kestner.
Thank
I
you.
am a parent of 3 daughters. One's 27, who got a wonderful education in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. One who's 21, who's a special education student, and one who's 17, who is also very successful, and she is a senior this year. And the irony of it all is I am here to come in support of our Superintendent Matsuoka. And here is why, and I didn't prepare a written statement, but I have had 2 settlements with the Santa Barbara Unified School District, one out of court and one in federal court over special education violations under the lack of supervision of Mr. Ed Behrens. And my husband and I have gone through hell and back at San Marcos High School, special education, under his lack of leadership. And I understand that we as special ed parents, we are just merely a very, very small group, and we all have grievances that are affecting our lives daily, and we have inside knowledge of some of the incompetence that Mr. Matsuoka, our current superintendent, has inherited from the previous administration under David Cash, who hired Superintendent of Special Education, Helen Rodriguez, who was publicly known to have violated every possible federal and state law in special education, and where the special ed teachers rose up. This is in the Colton School District. This is public information, and got hired by David Cash nevertheless. One of the things that Mr. Matsuoka did was he demoted Helen Rodriguez to the relief many of us special education students. And then, the whole incident with Ed Behrens happened, and I don't know much about the incident that led up to that, but it cannot possibly be the only incident that has led to Mr. Matsuoka demoting Ed Behrens, who really, personally, is a fun guy, and when things go well, he's the fun guy, and he likes to take the credit for the fun programs. But from personal experience, this man has had the district harass me with attorneys for standing up for my daughter, who would come home with bruises and handling bruises and all kinds of bodily injuries from that school, and nobody would respond to us. And Mr. Matsuoka was one of the first people that invited us in his office to speak to my husband, and you did. And we took your advice, and we are very thankful for the cleanup at San Marcos at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. Time.
Yeah.
And we have a speaker, Barbara Bastini. It looks as though you want to speak about nonprofit workshops. I'll give you the option of doing this now, but I believe it's for the next session. Is Barbara Bastini here? Okay. Okay. Thank you. And then we'll conclude. 2 more. We have our City Councilman, Jason Dominguez. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Jason Dominguez with the Santa Barbara City Council. We're in a break in our meeting, and since this was moved over pretty central in my district, I thought I'd come make a comment. Also, I'm a teacher. I've taught for 10 years, public high school and now at the law school, and my mom taught for 30 years in elementary school, public elementary school. And in 3 months, I'll be the parent of a future Santa Barbara school student. But I'm here in solidarity with students and everyone who's committed to students, which I think covers everyone in the room. I think everyone is committed. Our approaches may vary, but the reason I came here was to hope that everyone can unify and find some resolutions to some of the issues that might be distracting from getting our kids their best education. So that's why I'm here. The only thing useful I can offer is a quote from Churchill: "When you find yourself going through hell, keep going." But thank you everyone for your service, and let's get through this. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker who's now here is Sheridan Rosenberg.
Thank you. My name is Sheridan Rosenberg, and I am actually commenting on what's going to happen in closed session. I hope that we can close the loop. He agreed that he would not be asking for an extension to his contract. I would ask you to memorialize that with a vote and clarify for everyone, so we have some closure, that he will indeed This will be the last contract. I'd like to go a step further, saying that in light of the article that I just read last night, written by Jerry Roberts, about Mr. Matsuoka allegedly, apparently misleading the board, which led to the demotion of Edward Behrens. All I can say is, who's next? This was beyond inappropriate. It violates our trust. And I think it's certainly worthy of an examination for dismissal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Sims-Moon. This concludes public comment.
Thank you. We will now adjourn to closed session to discuss items B1, 2, and 3.
Why don't you do my hands up?
I was like, leave my fingers.
Can't be loud.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, people are live. Their mics are live.
Yeah.
All right, time. 6:41.
Yeah.
Cool. Have you decided on a time? And that going to be 3 minutes?
It's just 22. Thank you.
It's probably,
Yeah. Yeah. I'd like to call us back to order from our closed session. We will now rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Buenas tardes. Tenemos interpretación al español, pero si alguien gusta escuchar la presentación en español, pueden obtener sus audífonos en la mesa de atrás. Good evening. In order to provide language access, we have Spanish interpretation available.
Okay, thank you. Headsets for the hearing impaired are available. Please indicate if you need a headset. Announcement from closed session. There was no action taken in closed session. However, the board has concluded the evaluation process of the superintendent. We will share at the November 12th meeting the process, which included goals, surveys of numerous groups, self-assessment, and the timeline. Thank you. Next, we will go to the superintendent's report.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. We thought it'd be prudent to move to this larger venue, and you have proven us right. So welcome to all who are here. So good evening, school board members, Santa Barbara staff, and community members. Thank you for your presence tonight. Tonight, I begin with announcing my decision to retire at the end of the school year on June 30th, 2020. I know there's been public comment about my job performance, my contract, and the word retirement was even suggested to me over the last few months. As I share my story with you, it will be clear that my decision to retire has nothing to do with public comments of the last 6 months. I begin with my personal and family reasons for retiring in June 2020. This will conclude 40 years of service in education.
I want to remind us that we're going to conduct ourselves accordingly during this meeting. So whether you're for something or against it, so thank you.
When I began teaching in 1980, my tools were chalk, a slide rule, and a typewriter. That makes me sound really old, because I am old. I'm 62, and by next year I will be 63. For those of you who are of that era, we used what were called ditto masters. We typed them out, and we ran them on machine with the crank, and that was my life as a teacher in the 80s. Wow, how far we have come. 40 years sounds like a great number to conclude an amazing career that began in Santa Barbara when my wife Polly and I got married in 1980. It's been a great round-robin journey. Who would have thought that I would end up in the city where I met my wife and got married? So second, as we look forward to celebrating 40 years of marriage next summer, we will both be retiring from our careers and look forward to spending more time together. We have walked this life as best friends, as husband and wife, and we look forward to continue walking together into the next chapter of our lives. Third, my mom is 87 years old. She needs support. She's still spunky. She plays golf, but she's slowing down, and I need to be there for her. We lost my father, her husband, 3 years ago, my first year on the job, and so it's been a journey with her, taking care of her. Lastly, we have 3 sons and wives who are the delight of our marriage. They're doing great, and we want to support them and be with them. I want to speak about the timing about my decision to retire. Again, this decision has not been influenced by the events of the last year, quite to the contrary. A few of my professional friends back in Silicon Valley, who I've spent 32 years up there, they know about my goal to retire in June 2019, which would have been last year. And that's been on my calendar for a long, long time. But a year ago, I saw 3 leadership tasks that needed my ongoing presence. I chose to stay for these reasons. First, we had 4 principal positions to fill. Last spring, it was McKinley Elementary, La Cumbre Junior High, La Colina Junior High, and San Marcos High School. Second, I wanted to get a major lawsuit resolved while I was still here, and we have now received a favorable final judgment. Third, I wanted to continue to build the leadership team and culture in our district, and I am extremely proud of the 50-plus leaders across our district and the 850 teachers, the 650 support staff, and the great employees that we have in Santa Barbara Unified. Since you only announce your retirement once in your career, or at least for me, it's only going to be once, I want to speak briefly about the highlights of my career and then my 4 years in Santa Barbara. Over my 17 years of teaching chemistry, AP computer science, physics, math, I directly taught over 2,500 students. I've been proud to watch my students become teachers, principals, tech CEOs, doctors, engineers, attorneys, artists, you name it, they have become it. And it's really fun when you run into one of your former students. You say, Mr. Matsuoka, and I look at them, I go, okay, help me out. Who are you? What school, what setting? And then they tell me stories. I mean, some of my students are, oh my gosh, they're in their early 50s, changing the world. And then, over 23 years as an administrator, I have worked in 4 school districts, and I've been responsible for the education of 150,000 students and been involved in the granting of over 16,000 high school diplomas. So when I entered this position in Santa Barbara in 2016, the board that hired me asked me to focus on really 3 things: relationships and trust inside the district, to build systems, and to get our finances in a better place. I'll let others speak about whether I've achieved that goal about trust and culture, but I feel confident about what I am passing on to the next superintendent when it comes to momentum and culture in our district. Second, systems are not typically visible to the public. I don't write press releases about systems, but they are crucial to a school district, to really any organization. Too often, the leader is the system, and when the leader leaves, there goes the system. And I was determined in this superintendency not to do that, but instead to build the capacity of the district, of our leaders, so that when I depart, the work continues. So we have built systems around instructional teams, hiring practices, school safety, mental health, special education, supporting students with characteristics of dyslexia that report us tonight, in getting ready for ethnic studies curriculum and multilingual pathways. Third, with regard to budgets, I offer this evidence that we are in a solid place financially. We have negotiated 3 settlements with our unions over my 3 years, I would say under challenging financial circumstances. And you don't negotiate fairly unless the district is in a good place financially and that our unions work with us. By the way, we will report about the deficit spending, which, yes, was a high number at adopted budget. That number is dropping rapidly, and we'll share that report with the board at first interim in December. I will add one more global comment about my retirement. There's been public comment that this is not personal, but you should resign or retire. I agree, it is not personal from my perspective. I do not take any criticism about my work personally. Here's what you need to know about me. My identity as a person is not tied to my job performance, what people think about me, or the approval of people. I know who I am, and instead, I bring a grounded identity to my job every day. Nothing you do or say will move me off my identity, my integrity, and how I do my job. I will continue to lead with courage and integrity until my last day and beyond. Thank you. Okay, we're trying to honor the space in the process. I moved this announcement up by 2 school board meetings. I think my team knows I'm a planner. I look far ahead, and also on behalf of the school board and the work that's ahead. And I thought it was important to give them 2 more board meetings to work with. I have watched many of my colleagues over my career announce roughly in December, and then you turn the corner into the school year. But as you can tell, there's a lot of interest in my position and what the needs are of this school district. So with a couple more school board meetings, it gives the board a chance to start the process, and we will begin that at the November 12th board meeting. Prior to the next school board meeting, I will submit my written letter of retirement to Board President Wendy Sims-Moten. My retirement date of June 30th, 2020 will be on the personnel report at the November 12th board meeting. In closing, it has been deeply, deeply rewarding to serve as the superintendent of Santa Barbara Unified School District. I would honestly say I had no idea what I was getting into, but I don't regret a single moment of this job, this experience. We have great leaders, great teachers, great staff. Yes, we have a lot of debate and discussion about what's best for kids, but everybody who knows me knows that I am here to serve every student in Santa Barbara, and I mean every. So I'm proud of what we've accomplished these last 4 years, the changes in leadership standards and culture, and I commit to finish my career with everything that I have. I look forward to the next 8 months as we turn the corner to the year 2020 and graduate the high school class of 2020. Thank you for being here tonight and for listening to my news.
Thank you, Superintendent Matsuoka. Dr. Reed.
Yeah, first of all, I want to promise to be brief, no matter how long it takes. Mr. Matsuoka's leadership of this district, I think, has provided a force of positive changes to our district, and I feel this is an opportunity for me to share just some of those feelings about that. Facts, actually. When I came to the board almost 3 years ago, it was my concern that the superintendent and the new superintendent and the 3 new board members might move to stop equity and cultural proficiency from going forward, that it might be stalled or dismantled. And when Mr. Matsuoka was hired by the previous board, though Mr. Matsuoka didn't mention it in his speech, what I remember a key focus is that he was compelled to undertake a significant role in achieving cultural proficiency and equity across our district. Key to his leadership and my work as a board trustee has been to ensure that we provide opportunities for all student achievement. With over 13,475 students, overall we have 30% white, 60% Latinx, 8 to 10% Black, Asian, and other groups that are just as important. In my opinion, Mr. Matsuoka has provided growth in many areas, and I'd just like to take a few moments to highlight those areas. What he spoke with earlier, and what we will have a report on today, is elementary literacy early intervention program, so focusing on dyslexia. And that started as a pilot, is now an expanded program in both our elementary and secondary schools. Our English language learners here in Santa Barbara, not unlike their counterparts across the state, continue to struggle. These are long-standing challenges that we have seen locally and across the nation for many decades. But we are starting to have real conversations here, as was brought forward in the board meeting our last board meeting, about how we can have real conversations about re-examining how we care for our students who come to us with limited English. Under Mr. Matsuoka's leadership, we have EL reclassification rates that continue to rise. We continue to support community stakes into our conversations around the, really looking at our meta-stakeholders community around multilingual pathways, which is very important, in which who are you? We both went, Rose Munoz and myself, to the stakeholder meeting yesterday and was really impressed by the work that's being done and being led forward by our district. I had the opportunity to work with Mr. Matsuoka on the cultural proficiency and equity framework, and I believe that that has set the standard and framework for our district in moving forward with our ethnic studies high school requirement, which will, for class 2024. The development that he also led, the school climate and safety framework, I think he was acknowledged for his efforts across the community and heralded for the work that he did with all of the superintendents in the community to support the mud flow and challenges in the fires. The development of a new comprehensive mental health framework spearheaded by Dr. Waganek, the coherent systems that he mentioned in terms of executive cabinet to leadership team to educational services, professional development, which is crucial for our staff in our teaching and learning, and also increased looking at implicit bias training. But we have much more to do and accomplish, Mr. Matsuoka. In the next 8 months, you are not finished yet. However, we have an opportunity to continue to push forward with goals that we have set as a board and with his leadership and his involvement. So I just want to end by saying I respect Kerry's leadership of this district, of his 40 years in education. I look forward to continued work in these next 8 months, and I thank you and congratulate you on your upcoming retirement. Thank you.
Additional board comments? Ms. Betts?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Matsuoka, thank you. I want to also commend you for your 40 years of service to education. That means a great deal to me. I have such admiration for the career that you've chosen and the thousands of students that you've worked with. I also have a lot of admiration for your love of family. It's been so clear getting to know you how important your family is, even the choice to be here, the place of where your wife is from, and to be here. So I wish you well, to have more time with your family and that chapter of your life. It's so important. I'm also excited to be on this board as this new chapter commences. This is where I went to school, literally, and my son does in this district, and we have a new chapter ahead of us, and I hope and I pledge that it will be a robust, inclusive search process for the next superintendent. And thank you all for being here, and thank you, Mr. Matsuoka.
Additional comments?
Yes, I'd like to thank Kerry Matsuoka for his leadership. I have spent time with him very frequently. He's spent a whole hour with me reviewing the board agenda and answering many questions that I have. I've appreciated his wisdom, his emphasis on student achievement for all of our students from preschool on up through high school and in the future, and his focus on the future for all of our students and preparing him for a world that's yet to come. His focus on sustainable schools, when we brought that up in the board meetings, and also having a culturally proficient school district. His priority is clearly preparing our students and supporting the cabinet, all the teachers, the administrators, the students, and each and every employee in the district. Having a school district that's equitable and representative, ethnic studies, and multilingual pathways, our META program has his support. And I've appreciated being able to be in that process, involved in that process. I've also seen his leadership and inclusiveness in terms of the mental health of our students and promoting safety for our students so that the parents and students know that they have that support in the times that we face. And also his leadership with the cabinet in continuing in terms of the coming months and helping us see, in terms of having him as a superintendent, see what our vision will be for the future superintendent and the future of our school district in the years to come. Thank you, Carrie. Ms. Ward?
Thank you. This is such an interesting moment for me, aside from your announcement, Mr. Matsuoka, Carrie. But Rose and I are coming up on our first year as board members, and I can't actually imagine a more dramatic, more tumultuous, more challenging, more interesting year than this past year, but it has given me an opportunity to get to really know you, Carrie. So I want to thank you for your perspective, for your perseverance in the face of lots of challenges, and also for the candor and the honesty that we shared with each other about this world of being an educator and what it means to be a leader. I'm most grateful for your service, and 4 decades is an amazing amount of time, and so thank you so much for that. I also want to invite you, as you join the ranks of the retired, that we can talk about what that looks like going forward. But mostly I look forward to a very productive and successful coming year, and hopefully the most productive and successful yet. Thank you.
Thank you. So with the exception of joining the ranks of retirement, I echo the sentiments of my board colleagues. Mr. Matsuoka, while I respect your personal and professional decision to step away at this time from the district, I want to be very clear, this is not something that the board has asked Mr. Matsuoka to do, so it is your very personal and professional decision. I struggle with it as a board member. I struggle with it as a person who's gotten the opportunity to know you over time. And I see the things that aren't always visible, the changes and the things that you're putting into place that sets the framework and the foundation of how we go forward. And yes, to the sentiments of the board has said that as we start to look in this next process, I sincerely hope that the potential candidates out there see the opportunity to come to this district and keep us moving forward, because we are moving in the right direction. We have staff second to none. We have a leadership team second to none, and that is certainly due in part to your leadership. And oftentimes quiet leadership that things aren't always seen, so therefore sometimes get mischaracterized. Carrie, you're a very effective leader who has the instincts, wisdom, and courage to make tough decisions and take needed action. It has pained me to hear the way that some members of our community have mischaracterized you, perhaps not understanding the kind of leader and the person that you are. This has been a rocky road, and at times been even rockier, but you have not let that rock your spirit. I've been impressed with your ability to stay grounded and on course, because it is so important that we prepare and stay focused on preparing our students for a world that's yet to be created. I've been impressed with your ability to stay grounded. During this time, you assembled an incredibly strong group of educators that lead our schools, and you've helped put our district on a foundation and systems in place to continue moving in the right direction. that bears saying it again, continue moving in the right direction. Now, we will begin this very important process of searching for the next leader to help us continue the momentum that you've started. I want to thank you for your leadership. I'm going to miss you. One of the systems in general is the multi-projection fiscal Excel spreadsheet that I really love and helps me better understand what is going on. I also want to say that you have grounded and prepared a foundation that helps us view all of our students in an unbiased way. Through our ethnic studies, lets each of us know who we are and where we come from, and to better understand others who are different from us. So I struggle with this decision, but I respect it. So you had said your last day is June 2020. And until such time, you are the superintendent in charge of this district. So we got work to do, and we got a short time to do it. So let's get it done. Thank you. Okay. We've done that. We've had the board comments. Thank you. Now we will go to public comment. I just want to remind us to be sure that we want to be respectful of the space and folks who are speaking, whether you agree or disagree. We want to be respectful of this process. Ms. Cass.
Thank you. Since we have new folks, I'll just give a little explanation. This is public comments, my favorite part of the meeting. Ordinarily, so we have about 30 people who would like to speak. This is a great thing, and we welcome all of this, but in the interest of time, rather than doing 3 minutes per person, we are cutting that down to 2 minutes per person. But please know that if you wrote or prepared something for longer, or even if you didn't, please email us and we read all of the correspondence. Our emails are on the website, or we can happily communicate them to you. So there's a clock. I will be giving you a very friendly 30-second warning when you should be wrapping things up. Again, if you don't want to take the full 2 minutes, that would be fine too. But again, we'll just want to welcome you all, and I will start in the order that I received these speaker cards with Dr. Pedro Paz, a former school board member. And he will be, and another housekeeping thing, I'm going to say the next two people, so if you could kind of get yourself ready so that we can cut down this lag time of walking down the aisle. So he will be followed by James Claffey, who will be followed by Jackson Stevens. Thank you. Dr. Paz.
Good evening, members of the school board. It's kind of interesting to be on this side and not that over there. But my comments are really brief. I'm just here to give you some words of encouragement and support as you move into finding a new superintendent, having gone through that process before and been board president at the time. Just want to say I wish you well in that process. It is a challenging and difficult process to weed through a lot of applicants and to find the one that fits our community. So I just wish you well and hope that you take the process in a way that is inclusive and brings the community a little more together. So all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Paz. One other thing too, just in accordance with the Brown Act, this is a time just for the public to speak and not for the board to respond or get into a conversation that hasn't been agendized. So we are listening to you very much. Mr. James Claffey, followed by Jackson Stevens, followed by Nicole Powers.
I'm James Claffey. I'm an English teacher at Santa Barbara High School. And I want to let you know that equity and care and professionalism is what we do every day. And since Dr. Matsuoka's time with us, he has encouraged teachers like me to stand up and move not just in the classroom but out of the classroom to be a leader on our campus, in our community, working for equity, working for our students, every single one of them on a daily basis. And I would like the community who have lobbied hand grenades at Dr. Matsuoka and the board to know that at our schools great work is being done. We work under tremendous pressure. We wear many hats. We are not just teachers. We are de facto parents. We are counselors. We are problem solvers. We are builders of bridges between students and families and the community. And we're not in this community, at our schools, to do a simple thing like bring a fair education to our students. We want to bring a great education to our students.
30 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackson Stevens, followed by Nicole Powers, if you want to make your way down, followed by Brian Kronk. Mr. Stevens.
Hi, I'm Jackson Stevens, and I'm an 11th grader who graduated Just Communities Community Leadership Institute this past summer. As someone who's always come from a place of privilege, Just Communities helped me to recognize these privileges and understand the problems from the perspective of people in other situations. I got to meet about 40 other high school students from the county, and hearing everyone's story was so touching and important. This organization did an amazing job at helping bring people together to try to solve problems rather than create new problems, and at no point did I ever feel excluded, despite being the only white, upper middle class, cisgender, heterosexual male there. The whole purpose of this camp was not to put blame on anyone for the adversities people face, but to allow people to work together and educate themselves on how to help give everyone the same opportunity to succeed. I walked away from the program feeling motivated to help my peers, and the whole experience created a sense of unity between all of us. Everyone in the program agreed that there was a sense of camaraderie that normally takes years to establish, and Just Communities helped foster in just a week. The entire program was such a positive place, and I'm very grateful for everything that I learned and everyone that I met there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me just say, I hear the enthusiasm, but we really want to be respectful of the process. I know it's just women on there, I get it, but if we could just hold that applause.
Nicole Powers, followed again by Brian Kronk, followed by Bertha Hernandez.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Powers. I'm an English and Ethnic Studies teacher at San Marcos High School. Last fall, I attended the Just Communities week-long Institute for Equity in Education with dozens of other teachers in our district. This week was the best professional development I have ever received as a teacher. The experience was eye-opening, insightful, meaningful, and applicable to the issues I face every day in my classroom. While the mission of IEE is to discuss the racial inequities in our education system and the challenges students of color face in our community and the nation at large, at no time was the curriculum anti-white, anti-male, or anti-Christian. Further, in my experience at IEE, the voices of all, people of color, white, male, female, religious, non-religious, were called upon and valued. While yes, the conversations around race and class are uncomfortable at times, they have never been uncomfortable in the sense that one group was valued over another. On the contrary, at the end of IEE, I shed tears of joy in response to the closeness I felt with other participants and the understanding I gained from hearing the experience of many different people. It is my belief that the work of Just Communities in the Santa Barbara Unified School District is relevant, inclusive, and meaningful for both the educators and the students. I feel that I am a better teacher for all students because of my interactions with Just Communities and the continued support of our district leaders. As a multiracial person, I feel as though I have a unique view into the experience of being white and a person of color. I've only felt more understood as a teacher and as an American citizen by speaking about the issues Just Communities seeks to bring light to on the Central Coast and beyond. We're all here for the same reason. We love our community students and wish for nothing but the success and inclusion of all children. Thank you.
All right, Brian Kronk, followed by Bertha Hernandez, followed by Don Fitzgerald.
Hi, I'm Brian, and I have 2 kids at Roosevelt Elementary. And I'm here tonight because Roosevelt needs some help. Roosevelt has declined more than any other school in the district over the last 5 years in students meeting state English standards. In our individual demographic groups, we are either the worst or the second to worst. If you have this handout, you can follow along. On the second page, I have a little graph. Roosevelt is one of 2 schools in the district who declined in the last 5 years, and we declined twice as much as Cleveland. As I mentioned, Roosevelt is also the worst or tied for the second to worst in all of our demographic groups. More concerning is the fact that we are the worst in our 2 largest groups, which are not economically disadvantaged students and Latino students. On the next page, you can see the district's elementary school's 1-year progress. And again, Roosevelt has declined more than any other school. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. Something needs to change. We need to have an open, honest conversation about this problem or we can't fix it. But we haven't gotten one yet. Instead, our questions are sidestepped with no straight answers,
30 seconds.
no apparent concern, no urgency. We can't just wait optimistically as another year goes by. It's not fair to our kids. Something needs to change now, not 2 years from now, now. Thank you.
Thank you. Bertha Hernandez is next. I believe there's translation, so there'll be extended time. Thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Followed by Don Fitzgerald, followed by Lisa Coenzin.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Berta Hernández y soy una madre orgullosa de pertenecer a la comunidad de la Escuela Primaria Roosevelt. Good evening. My name is Berta Hernández and I am a proud mother. I feel very proud of belonging to the community at the Roosevelt Elementary School. Tengo 2 niñas que actualmente están en kinder y en tercer grado. I have 2 daughters who are in kindergarten and 3rd grade. Me gusta mucho la diversidad de familias que hay en Roosevelt y la calidad de padres que hay en esta escuela. I love the diversity of families that exist in Roosevelt and also the quality of the parents who belong to this school. Por esa razón es que hoy estoy hablando en representación de nuestra comunidad latina. And for that reason is why I am speaking here today representing our Latino community. A través de los 4 años que he pertenecido a esta comunidad, he conocido muchas familias que realmente están comprometidas con hacer que esta escuela sea mejor. During these last 4 years that I have been part of this school community, I have met many families who are really committed in making sure that this school improves and is better. Cuando mi hija mayor empezó a asistir a esta escuela y yo me mencionaba que pertenecía a Roosevelt, siempre recibía muy buenos comentarios. Pero en este último año, cuando menciono lo mismo, los comentarios ya no son los mismos. So when my oldest daughter started attending Roosevelt, I would mention that I belong to the community at Roosevelt, and I would always receive very positive comments. But during this last school year, when I would mention the same thing, the comments were not positive anymore. They weren't the same types of comments. Los comentarios que ahora escucho son negativos en cuanto al nivel académico de la escuela. The comments that I now receive and I hear are actually negative with regards to the school's academic performance. Poco a poco he aprendido que los padres tenemos un rol importante para que la escuela pueda mantener o mejorar su nivel académico. Sin embargo, también se necesitan maestros comprometidos y un líder que pueda guiarlos. So little by little, I have learned that we as parents have a very important role in making sure that the school can maintain and improve the academic achievement. However, we also need teachers who are committed to doing their work, just like the teachers that we currently have at Roosevelt. A pesar de tener unos padres que están constantemente trabajando para ayudar a la escuela estos últimos 4 años, no han sido los mejores para nuestra escuela. So we also need a leader in front of the parents and teachers at the school. Even though we have parents who are constantly working really hard to help the school during these last 4 years, these have not been our best years. Yo misma he sido testigo cómo cada año la escuela ha sido en declive. Muchos padres, al igual que yo, nos preguntamos cuál es el problema, qué más podemos hacer como padres para mejorar esta situación y cómo ustedes pueden intervenir antes de que sea demasiado tarde. So I have been a witness to seeing how each year our school has declined. Many parents, just like me, have asked ourselves, like, what is the problem? What else can we do as parents to improve the situation? And how can you all intervene before it's too late?
Thank you. Thanks, that's time. Okay, thank you. Don Fitzgerald, followed by, Lisa Kamrinzin, followed by Manjari Sharma.
Good evening. My name is Dawn Fitzgerald. I'm a proud Roosevelt mom. I have a 6th grader and a 3rd grader, and this is my 8th year at the school. I serve on the PTO. I'm an active fundraiser, but as you can imagine, based on the current scores and analytics that Brian just presented, I'm sad and frustrated by our school's performance. I've put my heart and soul into the school because I believe in it. Roosevelt is a true microcosm of our democracy. We are wonderfully diverse in terms of ethnicity and socioeconomic status. My daughter was in kindergarten with 25 kids and more than a dozen different native languages were spoken at home. I mean, how amazing is that? One of my favorite moments was last year at SEME Camp on Catalina Island when I chaperoned and helped some of my son's classmates snorkel and conquer a steep hike for the first time in their lives. It's rewarding, it's so rewarding to be part of this school and to work towards something that doesn't just benefit my own kids, but makes a community strong, and I'm not alone. We have dedicated staff, outstanding teachers, and a small group of enthusiastic parents who work really hard, but we're tired. We're really tired, and we're tired of not seeing anything meaningful change, and we're tired of seeing things get worse, not better. At the September 24th board meeting when the current scores were revealed, we heard a lot about positive activities and leadership practices at other schools in our district, but we're here tonight to request a formal understanding of what's being done to support Roosevelt. Your action plan to create change included 3 bullet points: setting expectations of rigor, which I could talk a lot about, establishing cycles of inquiry, and creating collective efficacy.
30 seconds.
Collective efficacy meaning a shared belief that we can overcome the challenges together. I love that idea. Many parents and staff at Roosevelt already feel that way intuitively, but words are just one thing, and we need action. I truly believe in the cliche that a rising tide will float all boats, but for some reason, despite all of our efforts, we're not floating. Roosevelt is sinking, and parents need to know what the district is doing to enact meaningful change.
Thank you. Lisa Kamrinzin, followed by Manjari Sharma, followed by Marie Bagdamov.
Hello. I'm reading this on behalf of Susan Schetter. She's a parent at Roosevelt. I'm Susan Schetter, a parent, a classroom volunteer, and an employee at Roosevelt Elementary School. My sons are in 4th and 5th grade, and we have been there since kindergarten. I've worked as a yard supervisor since August of 2017, and in my role I have been in the position to view the school as both parent and employee, and having the insider's view has been more frustrating than I ever imagined possible. The impetus for taking this job was that my children and their friends often complained that there was never a grown-up around during recess when needed. When I asked them further questions, I was often shocked by the response and resolutions offered by the yard staff. My experience has been that there is too little to no training for hired recess staff. Before I was hired, I received an email with 3 attachments explaining the playground rules, which included how to play foursquare and handball. I've never had time to explain game rules. I'm more occupied with student conflicts, skinned knees, distraught students, and more. The second document, Playground Expectations and Consequences, included, for example, the consequences to have a child walk to the field to reflect, check back in with a duty adult. This is absurd given that there are about 130 kids supervised by 3 adults. The third document, entitled Yard Supervision Rules, lists 12 points. One of them is small infractions should be reported to the classroom teacher when necessary.
30 seconds.
This, again, is absurd when 6 teachers arrive at once to whom I'm supposed to relay information. My first week on the job, there was a fist fight involving 4th graders. We had 4 people working on the field at that time, and no one has ever asked us what actually happened. Afterwards, I asked why there was no follow-up, only to have it fall on deaf ears. So basically, in my own words, I have 3 children at Roosevelt, and about 3 times a week, I hear stories about the playground and how much problems they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Manjari Sharma, followed by Marie Marie, help me out here, Bagdanov. Thanks. Followed by James Fechner.
Hello. My name is Manjari Sharma, and I'm an optimist. I have a third grader at Roosevelt Elementary, and my Santa Barbara family consists of active Roosevelt families that believe in public education. Together, we have written grants, donated money, contributed our time, and cobbled community resources so everyone can partake equally. One would think between passionate teachers, the school's generational legacy, the diversity, and the loyalty that we have it all. But somehow that equation is not adding up. Parents are greatly concerned, as you've heard, about the steady regression at our school. As the chair of the parent committee, I have now been privy to a running commentary from every single grade for the last 2 years. Parents are confused about the lack of organization, communication, academics. While you hear this, please know that these parents are not impatient or reactionary. They have waited and watched, and after the recently released CASP scores, the school morale has hit an all-time low. Some of the comments shared highlight poor vision and leadership, unprofessional management of staff during lunch and recess, as you've heard about, concerns of losing families, frustration about declining scores. I believe that honest communication can at least pacify, if not solve, everything. But there is a lack of dependable communication and follow-through from the district. So, as we feel unclear about this future, I respectfully ask the school board and the district, where do you draw the line?
30 seconds.
The school began its gradual decline in 2015, and it continues to plummet. So how much worse should it become before you intervene? In closing, I would like to say again that I'm an optimist. I believe you care about us and our children. The picture is grim, but the good news is that you have the power to make a change. We request you look into matters microscopically and find out why our school is so severely falling behind. I hope you take note of the urgency in our voices, and then you act on bringing about this critical change immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Marie Bagdanov, followed by James Fechner, followed by Linda Honigman.
Good evening, board members and Mr. Matsuoka. Thank you for your service to our school district and our community. My name is Marie Bagdanov. Good job on saying it. I am a teacher at San Marcos High School. I am here to show my resounding support and affirmation of our district's partnership with Just Communities in efforts to make our schools equitable for all students. As an educator for 7 years, Just Communities has been one of the most formative in positively shaping my educational practices. The way in which they open dialogue to discuss race and privilege is done in a dignified and respectful manner. They are truthful about the realities of our world and community, and I strongly support the vital work they are doing to create systems of equity in our society. Just Communities aims to empower and equip teachers of all colors to use our voice and privilege as educators to help all students to feel a sense of belonging, supported, and successful. I feel deeply connected to the teachers and staff who were part of my Just Communities training in fall 2017. Our unity encourages me in that I know our work to break down racial barriers in our schools goes beyond our shared professional realm. To close, in no way do I believe that the Just Communities curriculum is, quote, divisive, anti-white, and anti-Christian, end quote. These claims are ignorantly and grossly misinformed. I identify as white and Christian. In fact, I believe much of what Just Communities is doing aligns with my religious worldview and how I see and treat people groups.
30 seconds.
Please know that I hope to see your continued efforts to make equity a top priority in our district's initiatives so that all students have access to a world not yet created. Thank you.
Thank you. James Fechner, followed by Linda Honigman, followed by Cressida Silvers. Cressida or Cressida?
Hi there. Before I begin, I would like to thank Superintendent Matsuoka and wish him very well on his retirement. And I hope you are prepared for the world that has not yet been created. I'm going to just speak from the heart here. How many people love teachers? Show of hands. Who loves teachers? Who loves teachers in this district? Don't be shy. We all do. We all love teachers in this district. That should not be a doubt. I think a lot of misinformation has gone out there, because if you look at the resources these teachers get, the real flexible money out there is what's called LCAP. These are the funds that can be directed towards the teaching needs on the ground. It is instead directed towards a number of nonprofits with personal ties to many people in the district. I think it's worth looking into. Some people will say, well, what about equity, James? Who here wants equity? Come on, we all do. We all want equity. It's a question of what we're viewing. Are we looking at equity of outcome or equity of opportunity? And I don't care what side of that you're on, but how we get there is through educational proficiency. If we can provide the floor of educational proficiency for all of these students, not just the ones that spoke up here at Roosevelt, but all of the students, we will go so much further to reaching our goal of true equity than any type of nonprofit issue that's going on here. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is it Cressida or Cressida Silvers, please? You still here? Okay. Yes, come on down, followed by Gregory Koss, if you could get ready, followed by Rob Schiff. Oh, I did. I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you. Linda Honikin. But sorry about that. That was my fault. Thanks, Linda.
Hello, I'm Linda Honigman. I'm a county resident who lives close to San Marcos and 2 elementary schools. Our local housing crisis is bigger than most people believe because of our high percentage of renters. It's now more than 50%, and an almost zero vacancy rate. The numbers of young workers and parents ages 25 to 50 are declining in the South County, in large part because of our skyrocketing rents. We need to find a community-wide solution that involves our largest employers, including the school district. I'm glad that the current proposal for the school-owned Tatum property adds 330 units, and I'm thrilled that the RRM Design Group is still involved. However, I believe the circumstances has changed, and it's worth looking at whether an all-senior facility is the best type of project for the district and the community as a whole. When I looked into why most of the new developments in the city were also senior-only, I discovered that is currently the easiest way to make a profit. The developer gets a 20% density bonus. But based on similar developments, many new residents will be coming from out of town, so that's not going to help our zero vacancy rate. A smaller percent of future generations will be able to afford the country club type facility.
30 seconds.
There are many seniors like me and my husband who want to downsize but don't want to live with only older folks. A multi-generational development could include 100 or 200 senior units, ideally with some district retirees, and units appropriate for families of 3,000 students and 400 teachers and staff that work at these schools that are only 2 blocks from this site. You could consider adding a children's daycare center.
Just finish your sentence, thank you.
Which also has a density bonus. Seniors love to have daycare centers in the same building. Thanks much.
Thank you so much. Cressida or Cressida Silvers?
Thank you.
You can correct me. Great, followed by Gregory Koss, followed by Rob Schiff.
You got it right, Cressida Silvers. Great. Hello, good evening. I live in the San Simeon neighborhood, which is just west of the Tatum property, and I have a child at La Colina and 2 children at El Camino, which, as you know, borders the Tatum property. And I'm aware that the district is considering the development of housing on that parcel. I'm also very aware, after the Thomas Fire and related debris flow across the 101, how vulnerable we are as a community to being cut off to the north or south or both in a disaster. And how many of our critical community workers live outside of our area and will be cut off from us in the next disaster, much as they were during the Thomas Fire and the aftermath. During the 101 shutdown, many of our schools were forced to function with skeletal staff. Conversations at the school offices were full of harrowing stories of people getting to work by any means available, and their perseverance was admirable, taking boats, helicopters, 5-hour-plus drives up and around on the I-5. to get to our schools to continue to teach our children. I respectfully ask you to consider using the development of the Tatum property as an opportunity to address this neglected aspect of disaster preparedness in our community, to consider making at least some of the potential housing units there available for critical community workforce members, such as our teachers and critical school support staff. Thank you very much for your consideration. I just want to say congratulations on your retirement, and I'm sorry to see you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Gregory Cross, followed by Rob Schiff, followed by Ann Vasonic.
Good. Thank you. My name is Gregory Koss from Santa Barbara, and I've been executive chairman and CEO of many global tech companies over the last few decades. I've often had to work with leadership teams to develop company mission statements. Based on my experience, the Santa Barbara Unified Mission Statement is problematic. The mission must be to provide educational opportunity for students to be proficient in the fundamental learning skills needed for the world we live in today, not some administration's vision of creating a new world. Actually, Santa Barbara is creating the future as host to important UCSB and Google research projects in quantum computing and artificial intelligence. And yes, some math is needed. I submit the fundamentals of English, mathematics, basic sciences, logical problem solving, and the understanding of our constitutional republic framework, which I rarely hear about, has not changed materially. Perhaps it's time to bring back textbooks from the 1960s and 1970s and get back to the basics. And let's leave the rest to the families. Lastly, the administration and the voters need to pass a law that all formal educational materials, whether taught on campus or off, must be available to the public online for oversight, because it's sorely needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Schiff, followed by Ann Vasovic, followed by Larry Vasovic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rob Schiff. I'm an Avid elective and leadership teacher at Dos Lobos High School and also the district coordinator of our Avid program. This is my 25th year as a teacher, coach, and program director in the SBUSD. Recently, many of us have become aware of the concerted efforts of relatively small groups to portray our district and our district's leadership and our partnership with Just Communities organization in ways that appear to me to be at best inaccurate or misleading, or at worst, knowingly untrue. The loudest voices do not necessarily always represent the most truthful or virtuous ones. I do not want those voices to represent or reflect my opinion or my viewpoints to any degree. These groups, from what I've personally heard and read, seem to paint a picture of our district which I do not recognize. Being the coordinator of the Avid program for the past 4 years has given me the unique opportunity to spend time and build relationships at 15 of our elementary and secondary sites. I've never heard any opinions even remotely similar to the views espoused and promoted by these groups. I am proud to have worked with Superintendent Matsuoka and those in his cabinet. I have firsthand knowledge of these people in district leadership positions and their sincere dedication to the growth of our students and to promoting a more equitable environment for everyone. I've also had the opportunity and honor to have worked with Just Communities in various capacities over the last 5 years. I know some people are concerned that Just Communities' efforts on the behalf of inclusion for some necessarily means they're working for the exclusion of some. I know that working with this organization personally, that this view is a fallacy. Just Communities is not working against anyone, rather they are working for everyone. I grew up as a student in our school district. Before that, my mother and father worked as teachers in our district for nearly 50 years combined. I believe our profession is a noble one. I believe it is imperative that our students learn to gather information, form educated opinions, and be willing to stand up for what they believe in. I also believe I should hold myself to the same standard. That's why I'm here this evening and why I'm taking this opportunity to speak to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ann Vasovic, followed by Larry Vasovic, followed by Sheridan Rosenberg.
Hi, I'm Ann Vasovic, retired teacher. I taught in the Bay Area for over 40 years, and for 18 years, I taught in the Sanford Teacher Education Program. I have been very concerned about the controversy surrounding the district, and reading up on this, it troubles me greatly. I'd like to talk about 2 programs that I think address the issues that you're facing. The first is the AVID program, the one that this gentleman just spoke about, and I'll share some statistics with you. About 75% of AVID students come from low socioeconomic backgrounds. 84% of AVID students complete 4 years of college prep classes, and 90% of AVID students are accepted into 4-year colleges. The AVID curriculum is open for everyone to see, Avid provides training for teachers and districts. I commend you using this program, and I would urge you to use some of your monies for greater support for that program. The other program I'd like to talk about is the Museum for Tolerance. This program provides training for credentialed teachers and district administrators. It addresses diversity, racism, prejudice, and bias. Here again, the training is put into the classroom through the teachers. The program has proven to be successful. Both of these programs are nationwide. And what troubles me is that you are providing money to programs that cause so much controversy, programs that are so expensive, programs that have not proven to be successful. I believe that training in the Avid program and training from the Museum of Tolerance would address the issues we are facing, and I would plead with the teachers in the audience and the administration, investigate these programs, invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Vasovic, followed by Sharon Rosenberg, followed by Bill Woodard.
Hi. I'm Larry Vasovic. I taught English at Homestead High School in Cupertino in the Bay Area for 38 years. Coached football, baseball, put out the Creative Writing magazine. I had clubs that I sponsored in my room, 2 or 3 clubs every year. The Jewish and Muslim club both met in my room, sometimes during the same hour, so I know diversity. I was named Bay Area Teacher of the Year in 2005 by Channel 2 and Sylvan Learning Centers for my work with special ed students in my honors level class. I know diversity. I'm here tonight to say to you that formalized top-down programs don't work. You can't foist top-down programs like No Child Left Behind, New Math, Cultural Proficiency, and Just Communities onto those being manipulated without their buy-in. What does work is hire good teachers who motivate students, pay competitive salaries, attract good people, get the money. That's the admin's job. Solicit individuals and businesses for the money. Don't spend millions on a new football stadium without trying to sell naming rights. Get creative, get the money. Pay teachers to take classes and improve every year. Get the money, lower class sizes. More teachers on campus mean more adults, more contacts, more clubs, more activities. Kids working on an athletic team, drama production, future business leaders, clubs, and other projects are just communities. They will become culturally proficient at no cost to the district. If minority students aren't participating in GATE and other programs, recruit them, encourage them, train them, coach them.
Thank you, sir.
This is where the caring adults come in. Don't deny others access to programs that are working. You can build a sustainable, ongoing legacy with good teachers who care and motivated students.
Thanks so much. Sheridan Rosenberg, again followed by Bill Woodard, followed by Dr. Elise Simmons.
Thank you. My name is Sheridan Rosenberg, and I am actually up here to talk on behalf of my friends who are teachers who are too afraid to speak for themselves. And I too want to discuss equity, but what they really wanted me to talk about was the equity of pay. We live in one of the most expensive communities in the world. My friends who are teachers who are making less than half of some of these administrators who are hauling in $250,000 when most of them make under $100,000. They can't afford to live in their own hometowns. They're working 2 and 3 jobs, tutoring, restaurants, you name it. This is completely unfair. It's not equitable. And I have been filing Williams complaints on their behalf under my own organization. I am speaking now about their lack of pay under my own organization because they're too afraid. And that is not equitable, and that is not fair. It is so insulting for you guys to pass out money to these nonprofits right under their noses and tell them it's such a wonderful thing and they should be so grateful after working a full day in a classroom that is either blazing hot or freezing cold. And then after working that full day, they have to grade papers, but they're usually off to their second or third job, tutoring, in many cases, my kid and other kids. This is wrong. This is a top-down problem. It is very difficult for me to say this, but this is really coming out of the district. It's not coming from the teachers. And I think that what we should do is start addressing the real issues with making a living wage for these people. Thank you.
Thank you. Bill Woodard, again, followed by Elise Simmons, followed by Albert Oden.
Good to see you again. My name is Bill Woodard, and I am principal at Dos Pueblos High School, proud parent of 2 SBUSD students. Earlier this evening, I spoke at before closed session, in frustration with the tactics and the lack of civility I was seeing in the public comments at recent board meetings. And tonight, I and many other principals in the audience you see gathered here are here to respond to what we view as attacks on our work, our teachers, and our school communities. I'm speaking for myself. It was my choice to speak. Nobody asked me to be here, and I'm certainly not speaking in fear of losing my job. But what did prompt me to speak was, the tipping point really was last week witnessing somebody blurt out, "Lock them up," during a public comment. I see petitions circulated using a misleading photograph of our superintendent, falsely suggesting he gave the finger. And those tactics are anything but fair. Those that traffic in false narratives about the important equity and cultural proficiency work we are doing to address the achievement gaps in our schools should not be the only voices in the room. So the bottom line is we have many students in our schools statistically performing as well or better than any in the state and accomplishing amazing things during their time in our schools. I've had the honor of teaching some of them, with former students currently attending law school at Harvard, Duke, Stanford, UCLA, to name a few. We have innovative programs and host visitors from all over the nation to see what we have in store. But we also have a larger percentage of students who come from socioeconomically disadvantaged families than our community realizes, who statistically struggle to perform not only in California, but in their nation. Yes, our students as a whole and our SED students do perform better than average on the state tests in ELA math, but you wouldn't know that listening to public comments. But to be clear, nobody in this room thinks that's good enough. The leaders and teachers in this room and across our district are working as hard as we can to meet the needs of our most needy students. It is our top priority, and we know we need to do better. We need to build off the pockets of excellence we see in some of our schools and continue to increase the rigor and relevance for all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Elise Simmons, followed by Albert Oden, followed by Bethany Bodenhammer.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. As you know, I'm the principal of Santa Barbara High School, and principals don't often speak during public comments, and I'm doing it twice tonight. But in my 21 years working for Santa Barbara Unified, this is my 3rd time now speaking in public comments, and the first time was to question the decision to move the 6th graders at La Cumbre back to the elementary sites in an effort to save money. I spoke for the benefit of the La Cumbre community and not for myself. Tonight, I stand here speaking for our Santa Barbara Unified School District community and the principals that are here tonight and the teachers that are here tonight, and again, not for myself. For more than a year now, I've watched a small minority attempt to control the narrative, and we will not be silent anymore. And I'm here tonight by my choice, not because anyone asked me to be here, and most importantly, I'm not scared of being demoted, and once again, a small minority is trying to control the narrative. The last time I was at board meeting, Kate Ford, thank you, Kate, you talked about the power of collective efficacy and the importance of it as we work to transform our schools. The concept of collective efficacy is simple. It's the belief that a group of people can make a difference. But to actually create a staff that has a strong collective efficacy is hard, and it takes time. Just about 15 years ago, we were introduced to the concept of professional learning communities, and it has not been until under our current leadership in the past 3 years, led by Carrie Matsuoka, Sean Carey, and Raul Ramirez, that we've been able to tap into the real power of PLCs and the collaborative cycle of inquiry.
30 seconds.
It's been perfect timing as we do the hard work of changing our assessment practices, our curriculum, our teaching practices, and our system to support the whole child. The current leadership of Santa Barbara Unified School District is the most transparent, honest, and equity-minded group of educators I've ever worked for and with. And the irony of the situation is that because of their honesty and the work that they have engaged in to change the culture of our district to support every child has led to hate, attacks, and disparaging comments by a small minority.
I did not become an educator to engage in a zero-sum game.
Thank you.
I became an educator to help create a just community where all voices are heard, valued, and celebrated.
Thank you. Albert Oden, followed by Bethany Bodenhammer, followed by Jared Schwartz. You're up, Albert Oden. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Oden.
Hi, my name is Albert Oden. I'm a co-founder of a local technology company. I have 2 white boys as sons that have attended Dos Pueblos. Their future success in technology or other businesses will depend on making friends with kids of color, kids of different sexual orientation, rich kids, poor kids, as well as kids with dyslexia and ADHD, 2 characteristics often misunderstood by teachers and counselors as a lack of intelligence or laziness. When I was 5 years old, I attended Isla Vista Elementary School. I used to wash my arms and legs with Comet or Ajax to wash the color from my skin. I put grease in my hair so I was straight like my white friends and wore button-down shirts buttoned up to the neck so I wouldn't be considered low class. I loved my brown friends and my white friends, but I knew which one was preferred. When I went to La Colina, bullies slammed my gay friends into lockers and made gay slurs as they walked to class in between periods. In 9th grade, my English teacher at La Colina told our class that the decline of the educational system of Santa Barbara was due to the influx of, quote, spics and beaners. When my friend and I submitted a petition objecting to her comments, the result was that both of us got Bs, the only Bs we received that year. At San Marcos, we had an annual celebration of Slave Day. White kids paraded their African-American friends around school with chains or collars around their necks. No teachers, parent groups, or administrators stepped in to say this was damaging behavior. Instead, our yearbook has pictures celebrating and memorializing the day. We've come a long way from those days, and it's because of efforts from people like you, Mr. Matsuoka, that I'm really grateful, and people like your staff, and the people before you that sat in the chairs that you've sat. I ask you that you continue your work. My white boys need to be aware that the Syrian sitting next to them could be the next Steve Jobs. The gay guy next to them could be the next Tim Cook, the CEO of Apple. The brown guy could be the next Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft. I support your efforts of reducing implicit bias and preparing our kids for the future. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Bethany Bodenhammer, again, followed by Jared Schwartz, followed by Michelle Carcamo.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Matsuoka. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you tonight. My name is Bethany Bodenhammer, and I've had the privilege to serve as an educator with Santa Barbara Unified since 2008. On behalf of over 30 of my colleagues at Dos Pueblos High School, I have the following remarks in response to the allegations and mistruths circulating in our small community in recent articles by Newshawk on the affronts levied on our superintendent and schools. While 800 anonymous signatures on a petition may provide a great soundbite or headline, it is far from the reality of what actual stakeholders feel, believe, and desire. While we appreciate Newshawk's intention to provide the community with transparency and truth on our public schools, we are displeased with the lack of fact-checking and research that went into these articles and the subversive, one-sided argument presented in recent months. We encourage the media to spend some time in our public schools, to speak with our dedicated, selfless, and passionate educators, and to report on the various success stories of our amazing students. We promise you there are plenty. We encourage and commend our colleagues district-wide for speaking out and standing up for the truth for our profession, our workplace, our steadfast leadership, and most of all, our students. Regarding Superintendent Matsuoka's performance and unfortunately now the search for his successor, we encourage the Board of Directors to take into consideration feedback from the 1,500 plus staff members and to elicit comments from the 13,000 plus families we serve, not just those encouraged to click a provocative link on a private Facebook group. We encourage James Fenker and the Santa Barbara Fair Education to do the same.
30 seconds.
Tomorrow, just as every day in our careers, we'll be going to work for our students, to love, care for, and nurture them, while providing them with the best education and future we can. Not just some of them, all of them, regardless of socioeconomic status, race, gender, or creed. We will do so proudly under the leadership and guidance of Superintendent Matsuoka, his stellar cabinet team, and our fearless site administrators. We serve at their pleasure, and we would sure love the community's support. Thank you.
Jared Schwartz, then followed by Michelle Carcamo, followed by Adam, I can't read his last name, Schultz, maybe, potentially.
Good evening.
I'm Jared Schwartz, Executive Director of Just Communities. As I mentioned at the last school board meeting, we've been creating additional opportunities to share our materials with the general public in ethical and responsible ways. Again, we held 8 public workshops last school year, and we're holding 4 additional workshops this year, with the next workshop on Wednesday, November 13th. And I want to reiterate the offer I made at the last meeting to provide 2 public workshops to Fair Education Santa Barbara, where they can invite anyone they like to experience our work firsthand. To date, I've not heard back from them, but our offer still stands. Finally, we've developed written curriculum overviews for the core programs we're conducting with Santa Barbara Unified School District. We're ready to share them, but the challenge we are facing is how to do that. One option would be to put them online, but we've already seen people aligned with Fair Education Santa Barbara alter our materials and attempt to pass them off to the public as ours. Another option would be to make them available for people to come view in our office. But because of the misinformation Fair Education Santa Barbara has been spreading about us, we have since this spring received hate mail and threatening phone calls to our office. More recently, people associated with FESB have begun showing up at some of our programs where they've been disruptive and even hostile towards our facilitators and to our participants, including young people. This has happened 3 times in the last month alone. At one program, 3 students left because they felt unsafe due to the behavior of Fair Education Santa Barbara representatives. As a result, we've been forced to institute new safety measures in our office and our programs, and it's simply not safe for us to open our office to random visitors at this time.
30 seconds.
So while we have materials to share, we're still trying to find ways to do that without putting our participants or our staff in harm's way. In the meantime, we will share these materials with the school board and district leadership. In doing this work for 28 years, it's not easy work, it's not always comfortable. We always work to ensure the emotional safety of our participants, but never in 28 years have I had to think of the physical safety of our staff and participants in this way. So until we can ensure our staff and volunteers and our program participants are safe, we're in a quandary about how to make these materials available to the general public.
Thank you. Michelle Charcano. Again, I think followed by Adam. I can't read the writing. It's S-H-U, Shive. And please, okay, all right. Correct me if I've mispronounced your name, please. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, Superintendent and board members. My name is Michelle Carcamo. I am a senior at Santa Barbara High School. I want you all to close your eyes and put yourself in the following situations. You walk into your AP classes on the first day of school and realize that you are a brown dot in a sea of white. When you read a book, you'll never really find a character that you can relate to, except for maybe the servants, because they're probably the same color as you. You are talking in class, answering a question out loud. You mess up, and you're called a stupid immigrant by someone behind you. Now open your eyes. How do you feel? Because I'll tell you, I felt horrible. It felt so bad, someone that knew nothing about me to call me that. But I never again felt safe in that class. But in the summer, I went to CLI, and they taught me so much. And now I'm back to feeling fierce. I'm back to being loved, and I know that I deserve to reach higher education, and I know that I deserve to see more mirrors and less windows. So thank you for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Good evening, esteemed board members and Superintendent Matsuoka. My name is Adam Shive, and I'm a history teacher at Dos Pueblos High School. This evening, I'm here in a personal capacity to represent both myself as a citizen of Santa Barbara and my wife, Reverend Julia Hamilton, and my daughter, Cassia Shive Hamilton, who's sitting back over there observing the proceedings and is a 4th grader at Santa Barbara Charter School in the back of Gallaudet Valley. I'm here to speak in support of Superintendent Matsuoka and the inclusion of Just Communities in partnership with Santa Barbara Unified School District. Growing up in Poway, California, I was one of 6 Jews in the high school of 3,200 students. My well-intentioned teachers, right before winter break and spring break every year, would trot myself, my brother, Jason Lipschultz, Eliza Sachs, and 2 other kids who I didn't know before each and every one of our classes to represent the entirety of Judaism the world over. They wanted to celebrate diversity. They wanted to celebrate and educate my peers and to recognize the differences in our community. But given the events of what happened last year in Poway to the synagogue there, it clearly did not work. And it did not work when I was in attendance there. There was a frequent mischaracterization of the pogroms in Russia that drove my family here as bagel runs. And I never understood why this didn't work until I started to receive training from Just Communities and our program here in my professional capacity as an educator. We carry with us our assumptions into the classroom, and we pin those assumptions upon the people that we see around us. I had no idea in my life that I had participated in mistaking blind equality for real equity. Equity only adds to who we are, and it is only fear that we diminish when we add to others that drives us to not create this within our own system. Every step towards equity has increased who we are at the core of our American values and our national ideas, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. Let us then continue to only add voices to our communities and our classrooms to add more conversation and understanding.
Thank you. Okay, next is Denise Adams, followed by Jill Rivera, followed by Anna Sharfield. We're getting close. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise Spangler Adams again. I've been before you. I'm very concerned with achievement and proficiency, especially at the elementary school level. Your test scores are out. The district, again, has failed. I've been here for 39 years. You've heard it before. I live 7/10 of a mile exactly in between Cleveland Elementary and Cold Spring Elementary. Right now, out of 5,600 and some elementary schools, on the national ranking, Cold Spring Elementary School is number 20, and you have Cleveland down at 5,200 and whatever. It's still down there, and 13% of the kids can read, and they can't do math, and there's no excuse for it. There's nothing wrong with these children. Maybe most of their skins happen to be brown, but when we took them out and we take them over to the Hope School District, we can put them back in, and they're successful. There's something wrong with your elementary superintendents that you keep hiring. I have gone to Cleveland School, I have gone to Franklin, I have watched your superintendents put on their dog and pony show, that if the textbooks reflect the population, the students will want to learn. It's much more than that. It's deeper than that. It's quality instruction, it's support for the teachers, it's classrooms that have aids in them. You can't teach students who don't know English to move on. We heard before from parents at Roosevelt. Roosevelt is slipping fast. I've been charting these numbers for 38 years. Roosevelt's in trouble. There's no doubt if you go to your school education sources or whatever, Roosevelt's dropping. Your best school, Washington, is dropping. Your elementary superintendent, I have personal issues with, and I had it with Robin before this superintendent. There's a way to teach.
Thank you. Thank you. Jill Rivera, followed by Anna Sharfield, followed by our last public speaker, Karen McBride.
Good evening. My name is Jill Rivera. I'm a proud Roosevelt mom, 3 boys, and I did serve on the PTA and volunteered in the classroom and did just about everything they wanted me to do. So right now, California ranks, I think, 46th in the nation in terms of school performance. And we currently have a budget of 2019 and 20 for that amounts to $176 million. And we have roughly 13,500 students. My concern is regarding the recent test scores of 5 years of performance that show approximately half of our students are not performing at grade level in language arts or math. I'm aware that for the past 5 years, there has been, actually over 5 years, there is no adopted curriculum for English language development, nor phonics or math in grades K through 5. Perhaps this is why our scores look the way they do. Having been a literacy volunteer both in the classroom and at our local juvenile hall, I have seen firsthand that if kids do not catch up to the rest of their class by 3rd grade, the achievement gap is almost impossible to close. I believe the ability for all kids to get the very best foundation is an equity issue, and would recommend making early elementary proficiency a priority. So instead of spending money on
30
nonprofits,
seconds.
how about we put that money toward early childhood foundational proficiency, so that our kids can learn how to read, how to do math, and not having any adopted curriculum for over 5 years, that's unacceptable. Our teachers are using old open court materials or incomplete, missing pages, or ad hoc materials. How can you even standardize any of this? You can't standardize, and you can't benchmark it, and you can't even test to make sure it's even working. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anna Sharfield, again, followed by Karen McBride.
Good morning. I keep saying good morning. Good evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is Anna Scharfeld, and I'm the principal at Santa Barbara Community Academy. But tonight, I'm here to talk about the power that lies within Santa Barbara Unified and that we can harness. I choose to work in Santa Barbara Unified. I choose to work for Carrie Matsuoka, someone who is visionary, supportive, and expects improvement. I choose to work with the assistant superintendents, directors, and principals who push my thinking around equity and work together to improve our practice. I choose to work with the Santa Barbara community teachers who work tirelessly to challenge the status quo. I choose to work for the incredible students that come to school every day excited to learn. I choose to work in Santa Barbara Unified with people who value equity, who are constantly seeking to improve practices to better support students. I watch every board meeting because I want to hear the perspective of others, and I value the thoughtful and respectful public comments because they do help us improve. But lately, I've been disheartened by the small minority that has been sharing inaccurate information and attacking individuals. Attacking our leaders, attacking our teachers, and attacking our students is not going to bring positive change. I challenge the media and I challenge our community to focus energy on learning about what is working, learning about what changes are taking place, learning about the hard-working professionals that teach our students. When we focus on what is working, we can bring that energy and strength to other schools and create effective change. I open the SBCA doors to our board members and community. I hear the questions you have about cluster models, multi-tiered system of supports for emergent multilingual students, and academic content instruction. I'm happy to share what we have started, or just sit down and explain the potential a cluster model can have for all learners. I understand wanting improvement. We all do. Going forward, I ask our community that we set an example for our students by communicating respectfully, working together to help grow our entire Santa Barbara community.
Thank you. And Karen McBride.
Good evening, Ms. Sims-Moulton and board members and Mr. Matsuoka. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, so this is going to be a little bit sloppy, but straight from the heart. My name is Karen McBride, and as you know, I'm president of the Santa Barbara Teachers Association, and I represent over 700 of the certificated employees in the Santa Barbara School District. But I'm sensitive to the many voices and perspectives among my members. And because of that, I want to make clear that the perspectives are so important, and I think under Mr. Matsuoka's leadership, more and more voices have become part of the conversations and the dialogue in the Santa Barbara Unified School District. And I appreciate that, Mr. Matsuoka, thank you. It's included staff in ways that I don't believe staff voices have been included in the past, students, parents, and community members. I mean, look at everybody here tonight. And by the way, shout out to my people. Awesome. Mr. Matsuoka, through your leadership, you've changed things in the district, and by that, I mean improved the tenor of the dialogue throughout the district. My job is to sit across the table from administrators to whom I bring problems, and sometimes they're contractual grievances, Actually, not very often in the 4 years or the 3.5 years that I've been doing this job. Under Mr. Matsuoka's leadership,
30 seconds.
Those conversations have become problem-solving dialogues, and they're often proactive. I have administrators calling me and saying, hey, Karen, let's talk about this. Let's fix this problem. I just want to express my gratitude to Mr. Matsuoka for his leadership in public education, but I want to remind his detractors that when you talk about the failure of this district, you are talking about teachers, counselors, school psychologists, speech and language pathologists, nurses, and many other education specialists who work their butts off every single day and night.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your leadership.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes public comment. I just want to thank everyone for being here, especially there's so many parents who have kids at home and teachers who've been working long days. With that, President Sims-Moton, we conclude public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Capps. I got my exercise tonight, so I think you appreciate, somewhat cooperative. Thank you. So we have some things we're going to do, some agenda management. Thank you for coming. We're going to move to our consent agenda.
We have speakers for consent.
Okay, so we do have some speakers for our consent agenda. Okay, let's see what we can do. We need to manage that time.
Is there 2 minutes?
2 minutes or 9? How many? Oh, okay.
I'm in ready.
9. 9.
No.
Okay. So we have about 10 speakers for the consent agenda. We're just going to take them in order here, and we're going to reduce the time to 90 seconds. In the interest of time, we have a full agenda. It's a little hot in here, so come on down. Denise Adams, followed by Ellen Warren, followed by Denise Adams again. Perhaps you can combine your comments. Ms. Adams, followed by Betsy Gray. And I have you first speaking to item D10, as well as item D6.
Thank you. Denise Spangler Adams, speaking on agenda item 6, which is school-sponsored trips out of state, out of county, overnight, and this is an item by Secondary Superintendent Carey. I'd like to request that you pull the item and you discuss it. My position as a taxpayer and as somebody who did a lot of band trips, a lot of sports trips, whether it was from tennis to golf to water polo, basketball, soccer. I think my son lettered in 4 sports, plus did band. I was on a lot of these trips. You have no standards, no guidelines for chaperones. And it got to be somewhat of a joke when we were at places. What parents did between midnight and 4, we would go out and try to round up the kids. And it seems like if we're going to have overnight trips, and we had the incidents out of state trips with the MAD Academy, since we have issues, it would be very helpful if you would develop standards and guidelines for us as parents and the people accompanying the students on these trips. Thank you.
Thank you. And while you're up there, why don't you speak to your other agenda item, which is consent agenda D10.
The other item that I had checked on this was item number 10, which was on personnel, the approval of human resource recommendations by Human Resource Director John Becchio. As we just observed, and it was commented to me, we just experienced a stampede here at the Marjorie Luke Theater. Now the public comment was over, all your teachers left. I've heard repeatedly tonight that your teachers and people work hard. It's time to look at people who also work smart. I can work very hard and I can accomplish nothing, no results. It has to be strategic, analytical, and measurable outcomes. I hear them, I see them. There's no question they work hard. But are they being efficient? Are they getting results? And who are we hiring to do these jobs? And how are we evaluating them? And that's the job of the person in human resources. As where I live, the taxpayers who are paying $34,000 to $50,000 a year property tax, they have issues that the district is not improving what you do. So that's who you hire. Thank you.
Thank you. And on item, I'll call to the podium Ellen Warren on consent item D8, which is William Uniform Complaints PA System.
Yeah, that's part of it. Thank you very much.
I did the same motion, and I'm not going to get an interaction with you. I've asked to be respectful of this process. So thank you. Excuse me.
I'm part of that relatively small number of people that have been referred to throughout the evening, seeming that we're problematic, I guess, but what we are doing is providing citizen oversight, which is sorely needed, and it's been something that should be in every community. Fair Ed members have not criticized teachers, principals, or parents in any way throughout the hundreds of hours that we have dedicated providing this oversight. In fact, we defend them. I myself am a teacher. I'm an associate professor at a college I will not name, but I am. I love teaching. I'm dedicated to it. For those of you who may have missed it, here are some of the instigating facts I brought up in previous trips to the microphone. One, our assistant superintendent here, Fran Wageneck, her signature appears on JCCC's incorporating documents in the appointed role of a director in 2008. That is a clear conflict of interest. B, SBUSD schools still today have non-operational public address systems. The Parkland, Florida school shooting report cites a lack of PA systems among the specific serious safety threats at that school during that tragedy. And lastly, Hazard Young, Attea and Associates, the search firm that brought the SBUSD its last two superintendents, was fired earlier this year from the Glendale Unified School District a few weeks after being hired due to its lack of integrity and transparency. I urged the board weeks ago not to retain HYA for its next placement of a new superintendent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And call back to the podium Mr. James Fechner on item D8, consent agenda item.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. This is a quote from my daughter. We were having a lockout, and since the intercom system isn't working, they informed us over the class phone. It was super quiet. My teacher didn't even hear it. This is last Friday at Dos Pueblos. Now, there's a beautiful notice that came out from the principal talking about all the successes there, but there is no working intercom. In March of this year, we put in a Williams Act complaint. I was promised by the principal, by the head of facilities, and as well by the superintendent that this would be fixed by the end of summer. It's not. Now, as the previous speaker mentioned, these unthinkable events can occur. We have to provide safety for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. We have four requests to speak on item D17 on the consent agenda, which is adoption of resolutions 209-2013 regarding the sufficiency of instructional materials for secondary and elementary education, respectively.
Read names.
I'm sorry, I haven't read the names. Betsy Gray, that would be helpful. Peggy Wilson, and Barbara Bastini, and the last person is Denise Adams.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. Congratulations on your retirement. I want to speak about the California Healthy Youth Act. We know it's California law, and so I want to know is what is your policy for curriculum adoption? We all want to participate in this process. We'd like it to be transparent. I kind of want to echo with a parent that said all materials should be online and be able to be viewed. And also, I think it kind of bodes to the just communities where there's people on both sides, some like, some don't, but I think there was a little bit of a problem even going into it because as I understand, there was some conflicted somebody on the board was involved with articles of incorporation for that program. You didn't take bids for other programs, and so it just didn't seem like it was a transparent process. So I'm hoping that all curriculum can be viewed online and that parents and people in the community can take part in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Peggy Wilson, again, followed by Barbara Bastini and Denise Adams.
Evening. I'm here as a former teacher at the Santa Barbara Carpinteria School District in Santa Barbara District. I would like to ask if the board would uphold Board Policy 6161.1, which states that the superintendent shall establish a process which instructional material shall be reviewed for recommendation to the board. This process shall involve teachers and encourage participants of parents, guardians, and community members. As an invested taxpayer, former teacher, and past student of the Santa Barbara School District for 12 years, I would like to sit at that table. There are 6 curriculums that are presently available for districts to adopt. None of these represent mainstream family values. These materials are sexually graphic and encourage sexual experimentation amongst many other extreme ideologies. This is very confusing to our children and attacks their identities. Our children's exposure to sexual education outside of basic biology should come from home, not the schools.
30 seconds.
Fortunately, there's an answer to the problem. A new curriculum has been developed by parents in Southern California and meets the requirements of AB 329. I would like to be on record saying that the HEART curriculum needs to be considered to replace the other 6. Secondly, I second what Peggy said. If all this curriculum used would please be put on the district websites or parental resource access, we would not have the problems we have had in past meetings.
Thank you.
There has been a lot of confusion. This would clear it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Adams.
Denise Adams on item number 17 on the textbooks for elementary and secondary use by Mr. Ramirez. I wanted to share with you, I went to a meeting at Franklin School and also at Cleveland School where, and this was before our current superintendent, where Dr. David Cash presented textbooks that said if in fact children could see themselves in the textbooks, they would be motivated to learn. If you could see brown skin, just like if I could see a female, and heaven forbid I see too many blonde females, so trust me, that doesn't do it for me, but he pointed out if we changed our textbooks, they would learn. The issues are much more systemic than what's in a textbook. It's important for students who are in the United States of America to learn United States history. Trust me, I looked at a lot of white men over the course of my education, but I live in this country and I needed to learn the Constitution, I needed to learn the traditions and the history of the United States. I see I have 28 seconds left, but the books that you choose and the color of the people in the books and the messaging that are in those books need to reflect what people who pay taxes are expecting from the school district. We want students to know the basics in elementary school so that they can succeed in secondary, high school, and go on to college. So again, what happens between K through 3 is very important to all of us. We had a meeting last night at Franklin, and it's important.
Thank you. And we have one additional speaker, I believe, on this agenda item as well, Mr. Ladd Handelman. Is that you?
Can you hand him that mic? Can we just hand him that mic?
Steve, can you just walk the mic over?
Yes. Just take it down.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Handelman. Yep.
Well, this is all news to me tonight to be here among all you smart people. It's most interesting. I'll give you my personal scorecard based on what I've heard tonight. But first I'll tell you about myself a bit. I came out of the Bronx, came to California, became a diver, and eventually started a diving company called Ocean Young International, biggest diving company in the whole world. I got myself a house on TV Hill with a big American flag on it. You better see it when you're on 101. I didn't get that from school sports, I just learned it along the way. My measurement tonight is not very good because you're all
30 more seconds. Just
you're all smart, you care, but the bottom line as measurement is how the kids are doing. When they learn that they can't read a lot and they're failing in their classes in elementary school, something's wrong, you gotta fix it, because that's what it's all about. The rest of it's just a lot of talk. Yeah. If you need money, I have an idea for that. In a few months, there's going to be an issue of ExxonMobil wants a permit to truck oil. If they get voted yes, they'll have millions of dollars coming in for education, 45% property tax. That we lost. I hope that with the for against oil, that's not my business, but the money from that can do an awful lot for our schools and the kids.
Thank you.
Thank you. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, that concludes public comment on consent agenda items.
Okay, board members, would you like to pull any consent items for discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Ms. Capps, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, agenda passes. So we're going to do a little agenda management. We're going to need to, one of the speakers under the report and discussion agenda needs to leave to go down south, so we're going to move that report up. That is our dyslexia project. Ms. Butterfield is here. She's having to leave pretty soon. Okay. She's there. Okay.
I believe Dr. Butterfield is going to present as part of the report, so it's not really public comment, but so we will invite Sierra Lockridge, our Director of Elementary Education, to lead this report, and she will have other speakers who come and join her.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, President Sims Moten, our esteemed board, and Superintendent Matsuoka. Thank you. It's my privilege to be here tonight to talk to you about our literacy intervention programs for students with characteristics of dyslexia. I will go ahead and start off with an overview, and at one point I will invite Dr. Jerice Butterfield as well as some of our instructors that are here tonight to come up. So tonight's report, we will go over the interventions that we conducted in the 2018 and 2019 school year. We will also discuss an outside evaluation that we had facilitated on both our elementary and our secondary model. One of our beliefs is that we evaluate our work, and so you will see us digging into that data today. Then we will follow up with the rollout of an expansion of our project to both early intervention and secondary that is currently happening right now this school year. And then we will end it with a serious appreciation for the generosity of the Santa Barbara Educational Foundation. So last year in 2018 and 2019, we had three elementary schools, Harding, Monroe, and McKinley, do a systematic, targeted, multi-sensory, research-based intervention. Overall, 62 elementary students were pulled out, and we screened students for characteristics of dyslexia starting in grades 1 and 2. I'd like to point out that the curriculum that is used is well regarded by the guidelines from the state of California and dyslexia experts, and includes Linda Mood-Bell, Project Read, Zoophonics, and Read Naturally. These interventions were systematic and sequential in the fact that they happened 5 times a week for 45 minutes at a really small group ratio, 3-to-1. Moreover, to ensure the fidelity of the program, we did fidelity checks, and you'll see that in the research report that I know you've read that we presented to you earlier. For the secondary model, this was also implemented with fidelity last year at Santa Barbara High School. 21 high school students, all with IEPs, who were screened for characteristics of dyslexia, invited to participate in the program, because you know you got to convince high school students to do their work, and they received 45 minutes of instruction 4 times a week due to the block schedule, and they received over 263 minutes a week in targeted, systematic, research-based instruction. They used a trimester benchmark protocol and also conducted fidelity checks by Dr. Doris Butterfield, and the elementary fidelity checks were done by Claire Kroc. So now I want to tell you about how we monitored our work and a little bit about the outside evaluation that we had done through mainstay care and consultation. We're going to begin with elementary. So elementary students, we took the KTEA, which is individually administered. It's a norm reference test, and it's on letter and word recognition, nonsense word, silent reading, fluency, and word recognition. The green bars on the left represent where the kids started at the beginning of the year. The yellow gold bars represent where they were able to go. And you can see that significant increases were demonstrated across all of the subgroups and all 3 elementary schools that did this model. Another test that we used was the MASI, and the MASI is an oral reading fluency exam. It is also a criterion reference standard-based test, and students started off about 20.8 to 29.2, reading the words correctly per minute, and this is considered also significantly a significant increase. Next up is the elementary Orton Gillingham. This test was designed by Dr. Doris Butterfield, who has a PhD, and as you can see, this donut graph represents a distribution of growth. The green biggest bar on the band is there because over 66% of students demonstrated 200% growth, tripling their score. So what percentage of elementary students made forward movement? 100% of them. What percentage showed a growth of 100% or more? 94% of them. And 66% of the kids in this opportunity had 200% growth. Elementary, Linda Mood-Bell, 1,000 star words. These are the most commonly appeared words in the English language, and often it's the bane of existence if you struggle with characteristics of dyslexia when you're trying to read and spell. And this, you will see students made substantial growth from 55.3 to 287.68. This is statistically significant increase. In fact, it's 232 words from the pre to the post test. Our secondary literacy and intervention is where I am going to invite up Dr. Doris Butterfield to explain more about what is happening in our secondary schools.
Okay, and I just want to thank the district for giving me the opportunity to be part of this project. It was really exciting for me because we know that we have a lot of students that have a reading disability or identified dyslexia and really needed this opportunity to overcome that barrier so that they could access higher education and or whatever it is they choose to do, because reading is a big part of life, no matter what you pursue to do after high school. So as was presented, we had 21 students that we targeted. They had identified reading disabilities, which I tell people is dyslexia. You take out reading comprehension or a disability that's solely rooted in reading comprehension, that is dyslexia. So these were students that we knew had identified dyslexia, and I personally screened their psychoeducational assessments to get this target group. So these are the results, and we know that the research says that after fourth grade, it takes 4 times as long to remediate characteristics of dyslexia or a reading disability. So we didn't get the astonishing results that we got in elementary school, but I was personally very pleased with the results. I've duplicated this project around the state in over 20 other school districts, and we know it's successful and we're very excited about it, and that's why the district expanded the program this year. So in letter word identification, nonsense word decoding, silent reading fluency, word recognition fluency, and decoding fluency, of all those areas, we saw pretty major growth in the 3 first areas: letter word recognition, nonsense word decoding, and silent reading fluency. And just to tell you a little bit about this project, it was a blended model where we brought in an evidence-based program that is computer-based, as well as doing direct instruction, so that we could target the different types of dyslexia that we had going on with these students and create a small ratio, which basically we know the research says that we need, when it's at direct instruction, it needs to be a group of 3 to 1. And by using a blended model, we were able to get that ratio. Some of the areas that we didn't see as much growth in, and there were several students that we saw growth, but as an average overall, we didn't see as much growth, was in word recognition fluency and decoding fluency. Just to point out to the board and our audience that silent reading fluency is a key area. You can't become a fluent reader until you really develop that silent reading fluency, because that's what leads to comprehension and structured literacy and makes you literate. You can decode all day, you can know sight words, and that's important, but you have to gain that contextual reading literacy to really be a reader. Okay, so like I said, we had significant increases in 2 to 3 of the subtests on that measure. Now this is the MASI-R. This is a reading fluency measure, and it's hard to find a good reading fluency measure for high school because most of your measures go to the 6th or 8th grade level. But based on this measure, and we're still looking at it because it was not correlated with what we saw in our silent reading fluency measure, but it doesn't show as much growth in this area this is oral reading out loud versus silent reading. So that's an area that we're looking at this year. We added a little bit stronger piece of contextual reading. And some students made great gains, but there were some that did not make the gains that we expected in these areas. Okay, so now there's the Orton-Gillingham. OG stands for Orton-Gillingham. It's a test that I designed that's based on Orton-Gillingham, meaning the sequence of learning your phonemes and sounds in English are based on the Orton-Gillingham sequence. It's broken down into the finest detail. That's why we used it, because we really like that detail. It provides us information about where we need to remediate. And you can see that the different bands there by color represent the the question was, did high school students demonstrate an increase in their scores on this assessment? So basically in their phonics, which some researchers out there, and I've had conversations with colleagues, don't believe you should remediate phonics at high school, but I'm a believer that you do need to go back and remediate those holes in their phonics, and then, yes, move on to more contextual reading, more orthography-based kinds of instruction. But we did see good results in our phonics. There was one high school girl, young lady, who didn't know her short vowel sounds. And for those of you that know anything about linguistics in English, the short vowel sounds are the most key part of our language. You have to know your short vowel sounds to become a proficient reader. And after, we went back and we used our Orton-Gillingham strategies, and she learned all of her short vowel sounds. Okay, so 45% of our high school students demonstrated 10 to 20% growth, and I'm going to say that with caution because most of our students at the high school level knew 90% or more of their phonics sounds going in. That's not where I found the deficits at the high school level. The deficits were more in their orthographic abilities, meaning they somewhere along the line, they had their phonics remediated, they knew their phonemes, they knew their sounds, but they lacked fluency in their silent reading and in their being able to recognize high-frequency words. And that's more what I saw when I looked at the assessment results, which I think was kind of interesting because I screened over 80 assessments. But we did have 45% of them that made a 10 to 20% growth, which doesn't look like very much, but it is because most of them knew their phonemes. These were the students that didn't know all their phonemes that made that growth. Okay, and then we have the Linda Bell 1000 star word results. I myself expected better growth in this area than what we got. We did have a lot of students that made gains, but I think the data is a little bit misleading because, again, there's 1,000 star words. Most of the students, when we did the first baseline assessment, knew over 900 of those words. So it was hard to get great gains when they already came in knowing the majority of those words. But we did see significant increases in many of our students, especially the ones that knew less than 500 of those words going in. MindPlay. This was our technology-assisted piece, which is a web-based program. It was recommended to us by Dr. Nancy Mather, who is actually a world-renowned dyslexia expert. She's also the co-author of our Woodcock-Johnson assessment that's used all over the all over the country, really, but here in Santa Barbara County and all over the state. It's probably our primary tool for assisting with assessing students with reading disabilities. She recommended this program. We saw a lot of improvement, but again, many of the students started out at a high level on this tool, so then it didn't show a great increase because they were at a high level. And then we had another phenomenon, which I've seen in some of my other school sites. Students, we found a correlation, which isn't presented in this presentation, between the time engaged and outcomes. Students could, when you're on a web-based program, you can put on your headphones and you can start dreaming. But this program gives us data at all times telling us how often the student is engaging. And we saw a direct correlation between the students that were engaging in the program and their outcomes. There was one young lady, the district, I guess as a rule, gives a STAR assessment, a Lexile assessment, in their English classes at the high school level. And one gal made that's in our literacy program made phenomenal growth, and so she came running down from her English class and she was very excited because she had made double the growth of anybody in her English class. So it really was excited. So I don't get concerned when I look at the bar graph there, because significant increases were demonstrated by several of the students on Mind Play, but not all students did. Okay. Am I done now? As I say, it looks like I'm going in a circle, but thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Juris.
So, Ms. Lockridge, we're going to take a pause here. We have speakers who want to speak. We didn't get them before you started, so we're just going to take a pause right before you go to the next place. So you'll call them up, Ms. Capps.
Great, yes. We have 2 speakers for this agenda item. We have Sherry Ray and we have Moni DeWitt. So you each get 3 minutes to provide your public comment. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Welcome, Sherry.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sherry Ray. I appreciate the district's most recent efforts to address this long-standing issue. The right to read is the most impactful of all the social justice issues. Dyslexia, it's an awkward word, the subject of much misery and mystery. Our goal is to develop mastery. Struggling to read is only one part of the dark side of dyslexia. For parents, having to fight to get appropriate reading instruction is an unexpected burden. I hope that ends now. My teamwork model is informed parents plus aware educators equals empowered students. I speak to the reality of dyslexia in the words of a child, the concerns of a parent, the knowledge of an advocate. When my dyslexic son was in 7th grade, reading at a 2nd grade level, he described his reading challenges. Sometimes I read stuff twice and it doesn't make much sense and I get confused. I have to concentrate so much on the reading in the textbook, I can't learn what I'm supposed to be learning about. So it takes forever to keep going back and read it again. Then I run out of time and have lots of homework. When we're reading out loud in class, I sometimes look at a word and I say what I think it is. Then I read 3 more words and I realize it's wrong. So I go back and say it correctly and then I lose my thought. I don't really stay on the lines that much. I might get to the end of a sentence and skip a line and then go back, and I'm all jumbled up, and then I have to stop, and then I feel embarrassed. As a parent, these words were devastating to hear and worrisome to address. I lay awake nights wondering what would happen to him if he never learned to read. This particular pilot program, devised by Dr. Butterfield and evaluated by her own associates, shows the science of reading is essential for this district to invest in and adopt for so many of its students who struggle unnecessarily with the balanced literacy approach. Her program is not an end in itself, rather a beginning to build upon, and we should develop the dyslexic characteristics of outside-the-box thinking to do so. I have a few suggestions. 1, students on every campus must be systematically screened and assessed so their needs are pinpointed and addressed appropriately, and they need to be listened to. 2, Code Red needs to be declared for students in secondary school who have little time left to become literate. Their competency is the true indicator of the effectiveness of a district's reading approach. 3, transparency is needed, and parents must know the level of specialized training in those who are teaching and remediating their children's reading skills. Learning specialists, for example, must actually hold a specialized credential. 4, very experienced professionals, highly competent in working with dyslexic students, must be invited into the classroom to kickstart the delivery of appropriate instruction to those thousands of students who have the legal right to it. Now that we know better, we must do better. And 5, the district's website should contain extensive resources about dyslexia for educators, parents, students, and community members, all partners in this issue. At long last, it's time for this district to seize this moment and create a board policy to comprehensively address dyslexia above and beyond the legal requirements, because it's the right, just, and moral thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moni DeWitt is our final speaker for this agenda item.
Hi there. Nice to speak to you again. I saw your report, and actually I'm a little concerned. First, for the funding. Okay, so we are in a district where we have high-need students, and they're in a segregated form, and those students actually get extra funding, but we've pulled that funding back into the general fund instead of spending it in those areas where we have children of deep poverty. My other concern is that, funding is often brought up for why we don't intervene with dyslexics, and I'm dyslexic. Let's continue to use the word dyslexic and not the characteristic of, because that makes us feel like you're not protecting our rights. But, Yeah, so dyslexics need one-on-one intervention to succeed, and your pilot program is, you often say you need philanthropic help, but literacy is a human right. It's the main thing you go to school for, and it should be part of the general budget. It should be a line item. We shouldn't have to be using funding from the Women's Fund or other places. And the numbers your peers were reading was 21 students in the high school and 62. 1 in 5, we have 3,000 students with dyslexia. And this is super serious, I'm telling you guys. The prison system, you know how they figure out how to put one amount of beds they're going to need? They look at the numbers for the people who can't read by the 3rd grade. And your pull-out programs, even with other groups for 45 minutes, they're not going to cut it. I'm sorry, Laura, if this is boring you, but it's the kids from the food bank. It's the poor kids. They need one-on-one, and this is so big. I go to Los Prietos, and like 80% of those kids who are incarcerated, they're dyslexic, and they can draw beautifully, but their talents are going, they're incarcerated. One just got killed in Lompoc, actually, after getting out a month from Los Prietos. So I know it's unpleasant, but the 1 in 5 deserve your attention, and what you're doing now is out of compliance. You're not even looking at less than 100 kids. There's 3,000 of us, We're invisible. And even, in just communities, they don't even recognize neurodiversity. So many of your Latinx in there are actually dyslexic, and they need these interventions. It's primary for them to succeed and support themselves. And I feel the district has failed them. I'm looking at these numbers. La Cuesta, 8% can meet the standards. Those are kids in high school. Cleveland, 19%. Harding, 37%. And we love the teachers. What I really don't love at all are your policies. They don't follow Sally Shaywitz. They don't follow the action gap. You don't have the right interventions, and there's no one-on-one. We should offer that. And I think we have the funds in the general budget. We have funds for football. We have funds for real estate. Maybe we could sell that big armory to the police station and address our dyslexics in the free and appropriate education that they, by law, deserve. And I hope you are all really listening, because what we give them at the food bank, we have to give them that education, Laura. I'm counting on you.
Thank you. Das did it.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers. Thank you to you both.
So lessons learned, and I want to thank you guys for the comments and Shay Ray for the personal anecdote, because we really are talking about individual students. And in a moment, I'm going to invite 2 colleagues up that I'm very proud of, and they will share some of the lessons that they have learned and the outcomes that they have achieved for our elementary students. So based on the outside evaluation, based on the California guidelines, based on community feedback and support, and the generosity of the Santa Barbara Ed Foundation, we've learned a lot, and we are moving forward to reach more students, because we do understand that there are students that need our support and assistance. So with that said, the biggest lesson that I have taken away, and I think is evident, is that early intervention, and that means screening and identifying, is imperative. It works. And so I'm very proud tonight to introduce 2 early intervention experts, Ann Darga and Melissa Garcia. So if they would come up, I'd like to welcome them. They currently were literacy specialists last year and taught at McKinley and Monroe. And this year, they have stepped up to help train and coach our more curriculum specialists so that we can target and reach more students.
Hi everyone, my name is Melissa Garcia and I work at Monroe as the Reading Intervention Specialist, and I also co-lead the team of instructors, and Ann Darga and I coach them and kind of walk them through this fun process of elementary literacy multisensory intervention for students with characteristics of dyslexia. And so some of the lessons that I've taken away are, there's no way to express how much I've learned just in this last year about the differences of how students learn to read. But I think what the evaluations already shed light on is just how impactful and how necessary structured and research-based reading intervention is for students that learn to read differently. But what I don't think the evaluation sheds light on is the impact and the ripple effect that we have on families and the community. And so I'd like to shed a little bit of light on that. One particular morning where I was walking into school and I had a mom race to me with frantic tears and hands waving in the air, and she said, Miss Garcia, I need to say something to you. And she lunged herself into the back seat of her car and she pulled something out, and I was in fear because generally when a parent is crying or waving their hands in the air, it's not a very good sign, especially at 8 o'clock in the morning. And she pulled out a Dr. Seuss book, and with the tears just rolling down her eyes, said to me, W just read this to me all by himself on the way to school without my help. And we do this every morning, and I always have to help him. And today, he read to me all by himself. And she threw her arms around me and hugged me and said, thank you so much. And this was something that the data and the progress monitoring and the evaluations and all the work that we do doesn't ever really give us a window into seeing. And so for me, that particular moment was a very moving and very humbling opportunity to experience firsthand what the families experience when their students feel competent and when they're able to read and are empowered, not just as individual students, but can share that feeling of empowerment with their parents who have sometimes grown up dyslexic themselves, and in this case, the mother was also dyslexic. So thank you very much for the time to share this story with you.
Hi there. My name is Ann Darga, and I teach at McKinley Elementary. And first, I just wanted to say that it has been an absolute honor to be a part of a program that is this powerful. I've been teaching for 22 years, and my father is dyslexic, my 3 brothers are dyslexic, and my husband is dyslexic. So I understand the feelings that kids grow up with in being dyslexic. I'm not myself, but I definitely have seen the effects of it. And when I had this opportunity, I jumped on it. I think I emailed Carrie like 14,000 times because I'm like, oh my God, this is great. Anyway, as our data showed that Sierra presented to everyone, it's very obvious that this program absolutely works, and the significant increases are just evident. It's right there. But like Melissa shared, she shared a story that the data doesn't show, and so I just wanted to shed light on 2 tiny little stories. I know it's super late. I'm a big proponent of growth mindset, and so is Melissa and Sierra, and the 3 of us find that to be such a significant part of our program. So we have a unit that we actually teach explicitly about growth mindset and how that helps students' brains grow strong, and there's a little brain that's lifting weights and anyway. And we refer to this all year. And one of my students last year, she was a first grader, and she was the best avoider ever imaginable. She could avoid anything that she didn't want to do. And finally, by the end of the year, she started trying for the first time in her TK, preschool probably, TK and first kindergarten experience. And she would sit there at the beginning of the year, she wouldn't even try. But at the end of the year, she would say, Ms. Darga, can I warm up my brain? I'm like, sure. And she'll rub her temples and she'd say, come on, brain, you've got this. And for a first grader who didn't see value in herself as a learner and as a student, to talking herself into her brain could do this, that alone is a success, regardless of the growth that she made. To me, that's huge. And the other one just recently happened this year, within the however many weeks we've been teaching. I have a very young group of 3 first graders who are my lowest readers, and they didn't know any of their letter sounds or their letter names, and currently they do, and that's tremendous if you know anything about teaching reading. And also, they're so cute because they responded to this growth mindset unit with, in the middle of me trying to help one student, the other students were touching each other's foreheads. Feel my brain, it grew. And I was just like, oh my God, you're gonna make me cry. And it was just so powerful. And then today, the three of them came in, and little G, I'll call him, Miss Darga, I took my cat book home, and I read it to my brother, and I told him he has to read to get smarter. And another one said, I told my brother his brain only grows if he reads. And that in itself, in just the short amount of time that we've been working, is again a success. So the data doesn't show that, but just know that the effect of this program is crazy amazing. So thank you for the opportunity, and also thank you for letting us share.
Thank you, Anne and Melissa, for sharing those anecdotes, and you can see why we are very excited to have them be the coaches of our newly hired curriculum specialists. As a result of the training that they provided, they did a 3-day training, August 26th through 28th, for our new curriculum specialists that we hired. We now have those amazing teachers and 4 curriculum specialists to double our capacity to serve students. Yes, we know that there is more work to do, and I think when we show that a systematic model works, we will be able to duplicate that this year and have consistent results and continue this course. In addition to the 3-day training that they did, they also, yesterday was a professional learning day, and I just want to give a shout out to all the teachers and assistant principals and principals who stepped up and led their teams in professional learning, including the 2 ladies that just spoke. They opened up a session for multi-sensory phonics instruction for all TK2 teachers, so that's another way we are making impact to our teachers and ultimately our students. So we're going to continue the research-based curriculum, and we're going to continue with the assessments. One of the most amazing things that they are able to do is provide coaching and co-teaching, observation, and feedback, and really spend time with our new curriculum specialists to look at data analysis and look at the errors that their students are making so that they can group them in small groups of 3 to 1 and have meaningful targeted intervention. Likewise, we have expanded in our secondary model. We are currently operating at 3 secondary locations. They are Goleta Valley, Santa Barbara Junior High, and Santa Barbara High. So we have increased our capacities to support students in the secondary level as well. And one of the things that we did learn, in addition to the fact that visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactile and multisensory works well for elementary, it also works well on secondary. But as Dr. Jerice Butterfield pointed out, there's an opportunity for us with the assisted technology and MindPlay as well to really meet high school students' needs of how they like to learn and where they see themselves going. So I'm pleased to let you know that Dr. Jerice Butterfield is continuing to be a consultant for us and to help coach and train our secondary staff. We couldn't be more delighted to have her expertise as we continue to evaluate our work and expand our model. So we will be continuing the incorporation of MindPlay and the fidelity checks that I think made this intervention so successful. And then next, I do want to thank our community for the support, and it's the support that they extend to Santa Barbara Unified and the work that you as a board and our superintendent and all of my amazing colleagues are doing. And especially, I want to thank the Santa Barbara Ed Foundation, and I'd like to invite up their CEO, Margie Yagavi. Yagavi.
Hi, greetings. I'm the Executive Director for Santa Barbara Education Foundation. And first of all, I'd like to acknowledge our Superintendent, Carrie Matsuoka, for actually creating this program. Sherry Ray and I and Bryn, we were advocates for dyslexia for years and just talked with the administration over and over, and I think it was maybe the first month that Superintendent Matsuoka was in this position, and we went in and met with him, and he is the first superintendent that listened to what we had to say, had a vision, and implemented it. We're taking action steps to implement this program, and yes, it's not as fast as we'd like to see it happen. We're not reaching as many students as we envision that we want to, that our ultimate goal is. But we implemented this program. I was lucky enough to sit in on the teamwork that was happening every week as the program was developed. And this program was implemented with fidelity and intention. Each week, the team got together, they talked about what they were doing, they assessed what was working, they made tweaks to the program. The idea is that we want a program that's going to stick, that's going to be effective, that can be replicated, and I think that's exactly what we're doing. The second year, the program, we wanted to test and make sure that the program could be replicated at other schools, and so we went into Monroe and McKinley, and yes, we got like eerily the same results. So we knew that we were on the right track. I really want to thank the teaching team. They've been incredible, and they're so passionate, and they work hard. The administrative team, John, you've been there every step of the way. Jerice, every step of the way. The principals have been in there every week working to create a program that we can all be proud of, that's effective. So there's no doubt about it, the program is expensive, and we went in hoping that if we use the same strategies that they're using at Lindenwood Bell, if we could implement those into a public school, that we would get really good results. And it was a test, and Santa Barbara Education Foundation was good enough to step up. We got support to help to pay for the pilot program, and we're delighted with the results, actually. So I really want to thank our community, the donors who invested, and they put their money in and said, let's try this, and we see the results. We're not in it to pay for it forever. We're in it to give it a kickstart and to see that it works, and then the district is got to step up and pay for it. I think that can be managed. I think we're going to be saving money from special ed. I really think that it's going to, our hope is to systemize this, to just implement it into the budget and have it be a Santa Barbara Unified School District program that you guys can be proud of. So I know you share our goal that every child reads at grade level, so we're looking forward to an expansion of this program, and a program that addresses students who need different strategies to learn to read. And our end goal is to systemize the program and create a best practice reading program and replicate the program throughout the district. I want to thank everybody who had a part to it, and I want to thank you guys that you're going to help us continue this program on long after our superintendent leaves. You guys are going to be the ones there helping us make decisions, and you guys are going to be the ones helping make the decision. It's really important that we continue on, especially because we do see results, and it's not just that kids are learning to read, that it's their emotional and social success that they're experiencing. So thank you, everybody. Thank you. Is that it?
And before, well, as Mrs. Yavi walks away, the board saw in the report, Santa Barbara Ed Foundation's donation is $400,000 this year. That is a significant sum. So it's not a minor amount of money, it's significant. So we really thank you for your support. We do recognize someday you expect to hand this off to us, but thank you so much for helping us get this launched the last couple of years.
So I'll open it up to you, board. Do you have any questions?
Dr. Reed?
Yeah, I just wanted to, first of all, I appreciate the anecdotes that were provided. I think it's really
great to hear stories of what actually is happening in the classroom, so that's appreciated. I also want to acknowledge the process and the fidelity of this process, and from a pilot phase to where we are today, and where we're hoping to go in the future. And I want to acknowledge Dr. Butterfield. I don't want to put you on the spot, Dr. Butterfield, but I would love to put you on the spot. I want to, appreciate the work that you've done, and it's been tremendous, and I love the work that's been expanded in the secondary schools. And so my question to you is, if you had your druthers, and this was a perfect world, and funding was no option, what would you see as the next steps? Because you framed, sort of, and helped frame this process. What would you hope for that we could perhaps do going forward to really address this in a more broad-scale approach?
I think an important next step is to look at sustainability, and that means looking at your resources and ways to allocate those resources so that you target dyslexia at a very young age. And I was very pleased with what we saw at the high school level, but you also truly saw what it takes to get what little growth we got at the high school to get there. So this really needs to start young, and it needs to be systematic, and there needs to be a way to sustain it. I would like to see it in every school, early intervention, targeting first, second graders, because we know that's when you need to target dyslexia.
Okay, great. And I know that's important, and also it's important to have a stopgap measure for the secondary as well. I had a question about the oral language piece that you said that didn't succeed as well as you had hoped. Is that because most likely that secondary students wouldn't be typically doing reciting with oral language as much as you would?
Not oral language, orthographic processing and contextual reading, so that their silent reading fluency increases.
Okay.
And we increase silent reading fluency by improving oral reading fluency.
Okay. Thank you, because it's a lot of high-level thinking.
I'm sorry, and I probably use terms that don't...
To understand, yeah, so I appreciate that. I also want to acknowledge the Santa Barbara Ed Foundation, and certainly the funding that has gone forward, and certainly this large sum that you've provided. So thank you very much for that, and for your support for this, and for your support on many of the programs that we have here. And I appreciate all the work that you've done. Dr. Butterfield and the literary specialists, thank you for sharing with us those anecdotes, but the importance of the work that you do in the classroom. So thank you.
Additional questions, board members? Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. I'm just so delighted with the passion that I sense and the vision, the generosity, not only generosity of funding, but generosity of time and spirit. And obviously this is a great example of collective efficacy. Everyone feels like they can do this and make this happen. So the first thing is that these results are very promising. So of course, this sounds naive, but I'm wondering why don't all struggling readers have this same kind of an opportunity? And with that in mind, the only thing that I was questioning was I had never heard of Mainstay Care and consultation. I went to the website. It's not developed yet. And I was wondering if you could first tell me just a little bit about Mainstay Care and consultation. I want to believe and be very excited about these results. So who are they?
Well, Mainstay is a company that we consulted with. It is actually predates my time on this committee. I was asked to step in and project manage last year, so I wasn't part of their initial hiring to do our evaluation. I think Superintendent Matsuoka would like to speak to that.
Sure. So this design project started, I think it was about 15 months ago. Dr. Butterfield, I believe, was either stepping out of her SELPA role or had just retired. So we asked her who could do some program evaluation. She recommended two colleagues who have worked in the area, Dr. Rhonda Yu and Dr. Aaron Haddock. Aaron's a school psychologist by background. doctorate, and Rhonda Yu, I forget his technical background. He's an adjunct professor at UC Riverside. So it was through a combination of her knowledge of them, her referral to us, and so we worked with them.
Okay. Thank you. The second question came to mind as I looked at the data was, does the program actually include a writing element, and does it include assistive technology?
So
besides the wordplay or whatever, main?
Well, in the elementary space, the writing part of the training is the visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and tactile. So there is the word spelling with your fingers, word spelling in the sand. There's moving of magnets to try to spell out, decode and encode the words. So there is rhyming and writing and reading involved in the elementary space. For the secondary space, I believe it's in the contextual reading. I could invite maybe John up here to talk more about that. Shetler?
Good evening. Time permitting, I'll be back to give you a report on special ed a little bit later, but my name is John Shetler. I'm the Director for Special Education. I could speak to the question around assistive technology. That's not a program component for the literacy class at the high school. They really are focused on remediating those decoding deficits for the students. The way that we've provided assistive technology support to students with dyslexia is primarily through our partnership with Learning Ally, which is an audiobook platform that uses recorded live human voice to give students access to books and texts. And so that's an app that they can download onto their devices and use in their classes and at home.
Thank you.
While John was speaking, I also thought about, in the elementary space, we read naturally, and there's a computer-based portion of that, as well as a written piece.
So finally, I just want to say that I do have some understanding of the challenges of the funding of something like this. What's involved with professional development and training of somebody who could do this work? What would I have to do? And what if I could get 100 retired professionals from the whole Santa Barbara area to band together to volunteer to do this? What's involved?
If you get 100 professionals in the Santa Barbara area, I have 2 instructors behind me and myself that will commit to making sure we get them trained. Because what is involved is taking a systematic research-based approach, understanding that when you apply multi-sensory techniques and when you engage all parts and all modalities of the child, their visual, their auditory, their tactile, their kinesthetic, there's a lot of movement. You have to have a sense of humor and have some fun in it too, especially in the elementary space. But it can be taught. Fortunately, our district has supported going to a couple of conferences. The ladies behind me have attended. I myself have attended. We learned a lot from working closely with our consultant, Dr. Jerice Butterfield, and from Claire Kroc, who was in the role previously. So what is involved is looking at the guidelines, talking to members of our community, and figuring out what our universal screener will be and how we can roll this out to more students.
So specifically though, is it 3 days of training or 2 weeks? What's involved?
So last year they did 5 days, and there was a certification process that several of our special education teachers participated in, as well as the literacy specialists behind me. What was involved in that was understanding the different types of dyslexia and the spectrum that it is and what some of the best approaches might be. Also, we spend a lot of time going over the assessments and how to do those individualized assessments, how to look at the errors that students were showing so that you could purposely group those students and therefore deliver targeted intervention in that block to three students that had similar needs. So it's involved in understanding the spectrum. It's involved looking at the best practices and research-based conditions, being committed to ongoing frequent assessment and data collection. The collaboration, these ladies are PLC leaders now, and so they get together on our early release Wednesdays and look at the data and the errors, and then therefore design their instruction. So the involvement is understanding, going towards your research, community support, and then having really thoughtful colleagues to help you facilitate this.
Thank you.
I'll add a comment to it. I think retirees are a great potential resource, but as I've watched this program evolve, that provider understanding the nuances of that child consistently on the 5 days a week and then week after week. So, you know, volunteers are great, but sometimes they want to go on vacation or they want to work 2 days a week. So there's just a challenge of commitment, and it's really consistent delivery of services. So, I mean, we can't have a different provider every other week, because watching these teams, the nuances of understanding that child's needs. So it's certainly possible. It's not the training side, because that part is doable. It's just trying to build a model around volunteerism.
I get that, but with this kind of success, to me, we have to really think outside the box and have it be possible for more students to experience it.
Well, if you could find some volunteers that would commit to a consistent schedule, we're ready to train them.
Okay?
All right, thank you. Ms. Capps?
Yeah, thank you. This is exciting. I was happy to see it for myself at Harding a little while ago, and it was exciting just to see the girls that I watched learn. So my questions don't have any way to be at all critical of the program, because clearly it's working really well. My question is just really along the lines of our speakers, public speakers, just what's actually happening, and I say this sincerely, to all of the rest of the kids. What kind of services would they get? I get asked that sometimes, and I would just love to know. So if you're not chosen in this pilot program, which is only about 100 people, 100 students, what are the services for the rest of the dyslexic kids in our schools?
So some of the students that are dyslexic, we know already have IEPs, so special education services are being provided for them. I'm inspired to see that many of our special education teachers over the last couple trainings and teachers self-selected, teachers from Harding and Monroe, Washington, self-selected yesterday to go learn about these multi-sensory techniques and incorporate that in their own literacy instruction, their first instruction in the classroom, so that they can engage the whole child and do things about Project Read, or just make sure that they have access to phonics instruction. I'd also like to point out that we spent the last couple of years working on a balanced literacy initiative, and in that, we have a phonics program. And we are having the kids do snap words. And I am also very proud to coach and mentor 6 literacy coaches that are rolled out to our schools. So we're doing a lot in our first instruction in the classroom. To your very meaningful question, we know we want to do more, and part of the reason we are rolling this out with curriculum specialists is so that we can reach more students. And when we have the data that shows that this is just as effective, then I think we are on good ground to talk about how we can expand that and what it might look like as part of a tier 2, tier 3 type thing. As you know, we're working on multiple tiered systems of support. This is year 0 for our district. And so this is part of our endeavors to really understand how this systematic intervention can facilitate and how we can expand it and reach out to more students. So.
Thank you. So of the roughly 3,000 dyslexic students that are in our district, how many would you say are getting specialized learning?
So I know that the 3,000 is a statistic that's often quoted. I believe it comes from some of our advocates, and I think, I don't know how close it is. I feel like it may be a little high, but I do know this. We have kids that have a need, and we want to reach more. So I can't quote an exact number, but what I can show you from what is evinced by the people that came out tonight to speak and to be here, teachers and administrators are committed to making sure that every child's need, whether they are a student with dyslexia or an English language learner, that their needs are met. And so as we continue to conduct cycles of inquiry and reflect on our practices and engage in authentic evaluation of our work, we're only going to get better. So I could let you know down the line, but I can't.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I'm just really trying to get my head around this. So like back at Washington where you were principal, a child is identified as being dyslexic, not in this program, unfortunately, because of the numbers, and I understand the numbers, it's very highly intensive. What happens to that child?
So at Washington, if we were identifying a student with dyslexia, that means they probably have already engaged in intervention based on a student study team, an SST, and that probably, if they went on for a formal special ed assessment, then that intervention wasn't working. So then what would happen is the school psychologists and special ed teachers would conduct a full battery of psychoanalytical, cognitive, academic assessments, and most likely that child would have an IEP, and those services would be targeted and received in special academic instruction as part of that IEP. So one of the goals, and I think what I feel is the excitement around this, is the potential to maybe screen students, test them, and give them this foundational support so that maybe they don't end up going through the long IEP process and end up qualifying for special ed. So that's also one of the goals of this pilot that we hope to see realized and come into fruition.
So ideally, the special ed instructors have at least some awareness of how to teach.
Yes, the special education teachers have been trained in a variety of ways. In fact, the 5-day training that we offered last year, many of them participated in and even submitted videos of them teaching. They should be very aware of the multisensory needs and the systematic approach. We are happy to collaborate with anyone and invite them into any other of our further trainings, and I'm sure as we start thinking about summer PD and other opportunities, because we only had the one free pupil day, and we did a lot of good work on that day. I think we'll just get stronger, but absolutely, it's available to them. The materials, I work closely with the program facilitators and have shared the curriculum that we use, and in fact, many special ed teachers from the elementary side asked for some of these materials, and I believe that.
Yeah, it'd be great to know, just as this progresses, how many teachers are actually trained, how many curriculum specialists are actually trained. Like, what are we? I mean, we've got a big gap to fill. I mean, in terms of the less than 100 students and 3,000 students that need these services. So it would be good to track the rest as much as we are focusing on the success of this pilot. That's what I'd be interested in. To that, my second question, the second part of the question is, how were the students chosen to be in the pilot program?
So the students are screened on a variety. They take the basic phonics skills test, and then they take the KTEA. They get 3 additional tests after if they are among the lower scores in their grade level. And then they're given 3 different phonological, phoneme, and vocabulary tests. And then we analyze it and look and see if they are manifesting those characteristics. Students in the secondary program were screened for a specific learning disability because the students in the secondary program all had IEPs, individual education plans. So they looked at the assessments there and identified through a query and some analysis of their IEPs which students would most benefit from this type of instruction. They met with the students in advance, invited them to participate, had a heart-to-heart about what they were trying to accomplish, and then were able to bring them in and work with them in the secondary. So it's through a variety of assessments, but basically phonics and phoneme awareness.
And is it site-based? I mean, because I know you're at McKinley and Harding.
So currently in the elementary space, they were at McKinley, Harding, Roosevelt, and Monroe. So we're at 4 schools now. And in the secondary space, we are at Goleta Valley, Santa Barbara Junior High, and Santa Barbara High School.
Thank you. 2 more questions. I'll try to
Okay,
quick-
so we've been here a long time, so we're gonna, I mean, if you want to stay, I'm good, but I'm just recognizing you've got a lot to do, but finish your questions. I'm just saying.
Okay, okay. I imagine this is a question that comes up when we're raising money for this, but what's the answer that why isn't this coming from district funds or LCAP funds, or what the funding source? Maybe Mr.
Yeah,
Mazzarella can
let me
address
handle that question. So we're now in year 3 of this program. I don't have the total cost of this. I would say, Miss Ayabi, she went home.
Oh, she's there.
Oh, she's there?
She's right there.
Okay. I would say ballpark, we're splitting the costs this year probably about 50-50. So 400,000 Ed Foundation, 400,000 us. You know, what are the challenges? It's the demands on our district budgets across. I mean, you can pick it. And so, sure, I would love to expand this and accelerate it, but we have demands in special ed. We added school psychologists, elementary AP. So it's a prioritization list. I mean, this is very important to us, to me, but I'm also mindful that when we sit and think about budgets and we bring recommendations to you, we're trying to grow our resources across a lot of domains. So one of the questions that I'm going to take back to the team, and by the way, I've turned this over to Ms. Lockridge. I will insert myself back in for some really thinking about design for next year. Ms. Yayabi's certainly part of that. And we'll think about next year. So it's really how fast can we grow, and then we got to match the district resources. And then eventually, Ed Foundation's been very clear, their entire board, what is your succession planning for holding this entirely by yourself? And I totally respect that request.
Sure.
So process, we'll have an update about next year, sometime in the spring.
Thank you.
Okay, so clearly there's enthusiasm that, hold on just one second. I just want to know where we can link in terms of early care and education, and we might not be able to get that, because when do they start reading, or what's the earliest point you could identify dyslexia? If you have time, you need to think about it, we can talk it offline, but it's just something I'm
We're doing
interested
it first grade, and we think that's an appropriate place to see, because we do have a lot of data that we collect on early literacy on all of our students, because we use the Start Renaissance program, and we have the K assessments and things of that nature. So we'll have a basis of where they're coming in from K. The earliest would be something that's like a rapid naming, where it doesn't require a lot of language, but if the child can pick up images in English or Spanish, that kind of tells us whether they're able to transcribe it and come up with the language piece of it.
Okay, so I'd like to talk further offline how we can
I'd be
support
happy
that.
to talk to you
Okay,
anytime.
thank you so much for your presentation. Certainly all the questions and enthusiasm around this, around the side of Mr. Mark. So we're going to do some agenda management before we take a break.
Yes, so we'd like to bring forward the DP track naming, because we have community members who have sat here a long time. Thank you for hanging out. By the way, I just want to update the board. Because this is a first reading, it actually should have been in the report section. So you're going to hear about the request to name the track. So we're going to invite Steve Izzolini to launch this off. I think there's comments by community members and Principal Willard. So I'll go ahead and have Steve introduce this topic.
It's a report.
And we have 3 speakers who are probably...
It's going to be a report.
Yes, it shouldn't be an action.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are the speakers...
Yep, we have 3 speakers for this agenda.
Okay. Why don't we have Mr. Vizzolini just kick it off, and then we'll invite the speakers to come, and then Mr. Willard, you can speak or not. I think this will be probably presented very well from our community members.
Okay, can we call the names so that they're ready when you finish, so we keep moving?
You bet. Cole Smith, Tom Phillips, and Bill Rupp.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Izzolini.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Matsuoka. Was planning on being after them, so I apologize about the action item. I just realized that it should have come as a report. So, so the Dos Pueblos High School athletic community is very interested in a naming opportunity for their new track inside the Scott O'Leary Stadium. So Gordon McLenithan was a longtime teacher and coach at San Marcos High School, or excuse me, Dos Pueblos High School, from 1967 to 1997. On a personal note, Mr. McLenithan was my electronics coach in my freshman year in 1976 at Dos Pueblos, so there's a bit of a personal connection there. There's a very, very long list of accomplishments from Coach McLenithan. I'm just going to read off a few. I think that some of the public will probably share some of these. Maybe they'll have a few more, but it's a pretty impressive list. These are all around track and field and cross country. 17 Channel League championships. 25 of his teams have participated in CIF championships, 52 dual meet victories in girls cross country, and this is really impressive, 58 consecutive dual meet victories with his track teams. In 1998, he was inducted into the Santa Barbara Athletic Roundtable Hall of Fame, and he was also an inaugural inductee in the 2016 Dos Pueblos High School Athletic Hall of Fame. There's been quite a bit of support from the community. There was a petition circulated with over 600 signatures in support of this move. There are former students, former student athletes, current staff, former staff, and a lot of community members. As Mr. Matsuoka pointed out, we needed to bring this to this meeting for a public comment opportunity first. So we'll let the public comment, and we're hoping to bring this back as a consent item for the November 12th meeting.
Okay, Mr. Cole-Smith. Welcome.
Thank you. Cole Smith, class of 2014, honored to be here in front of a packed house. I just want to take a second to say thank you to everybody who's stuck around. I know that the staff at Dos Pueblos has stayed super long, and it's very much appreciated. Yeah, Coach McLenithan started coaching in 1967 at Dos Pueblos. He was, in fact, the coach of my father, who's here today. He was my coach as well. Beyond what was said here, I think that we talked, or at least I heard today, a lot about opportunities in the community moving forward and what that's going to look like for Santa Barbara education. I think that this is a very opportune moment to look backwards and see what was actually accomplished. Over 50 years of service is completely astounding. It's definitely worth recognition, and this is long overdue. I was lucky enough to be a part of the 2012 cross-country team that Coach McLenithan volunteered his time with. That class ended up being the best performing, yada, yada, yada. What's important about that class was that 85% of the varsity members got offers for four-year universities, and to this day, 100% of the people on that varsity team got a four-year education. There are hundreds of examples, hundreds of people that he affected, and I'm lucky enough to be representing some of them. I'm incredibly intrigued to hear what Tom Phillips has to say. He's a legend from back in the day, but just to see the longevity of his career and the impact it's had on my life and the life of others, I think it's completely overdue to name this track. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Tom Phillips, followed by Bill Rupp.
Hi, good evening, Board. Thanks for taking the time to have us come up here and speak. You guys got your hands full for sure. My name's Tom Phillips. My class at Dos Pueblos High School was the second one to go all the way through 4 years. I'm the class of 72. I still hold the school record out there at Dos Pueblos for the 2-mile run. That record's 47 years old. Couldn't have done it without Gordon.
What is it?
9 minutes, 7 seconds for 2 miles, and they converted it to 3,200 meters, which is 9:03.6 now. So, in 1967, it was Gordon's first year at Dos Pueblos High School. He had a vision of creating an invitational race that just a couple weeks ago, Dos Pueblos High School just celebrated the 51st Dos Pueblos Invitational. I ran on the first one in junior high, and I'm one of the few athletes that can say I ran 5 of them, because I ran 4 in high school and 1 in junior high. But it was Gordon's vision that happened. It still continues today. I'm just going to name a couple of things that happened when I was at the school. We had 2 guys on the team get scholarships to college. We set the world record for the 24-hour relay 2 years in a row. The second year, we took the high school record within a mile of the world collegiate record. And then we had the fastest time in the nation for high school 4-man 4-mile relay. that year. If you go out to that track right now, you stand there, you'll see it. Gordon's heart's out there. Please do the right thing and name it after him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Bill Rupp. Welcome, Mr. Rupp.
Good evening, Board. Mr. Matsuoka. My name is Bill Rupp. I'm here to, in support of Gordon being named for the Dos Pueblos track. I did not go to Dos Pueblos. I'm from New Jersey, but I live probably half a mile from DP right now. So I'm the president of Club West. Gordon's a member, so I'm speaking more as a member of the community. First, I'll read a letter that we wrote to the board, the principal of high school, the athletic director, and Mr. Matsuoka, and then I have two personal comments. It was subject naming of the Dos Pueblos track. At the board meeting on September 12th, the Club West board of directors endorsed the naming of the new Dos Pueblos High School track, honoring longtime supporter and participant of track and field in the Santa Barbara and Goleta communities, Gordon McLenithan. Gordon was a star track athlete at UCSB, a longtime teacher and coach at Dos Pueblos High School, and an influential supporter and participant in Masters track events throughout the United States. In his 80s, Gordon is still participating in track and field events with enthusiasm and leadership. Club West Track and Field Board urges Dos Pueblos High School and the Santa Barbara Unified School District to recognize Gordon McLenithan with naming the new track in his honor. Thank you for his consideration and support, your consideration and support. Two personal comments. First, Gordon the athlete. The Semana Nautica 15K is a 9.3 mile foot race held on the 4th of July as part of the Semana Nautica events. I was the volunteer coordinator this year, and we always say the race is a real old one, and I looked up, and there's maybe 12 races in the country that are older than the Semana Nautica 15K. The first race was held in 1955. The first winner of the race was Gordon McLenithan. Fast forward to October 2019, Club West puts on a Masters meet. This is our 43rd one. Track and field meet is a marathon. It goes on all day. 7 o'clock, Gordon was there. He was our weights and measure inspector. That means, he checks, is the javelin the right length? Is the discus the right weight? Things like that. Once that was done, he handed out the medals to the Masters athletes. And Masters athletes, they want their medal, so he's got to be there all time. So that's my story. So again, thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. To our speakers, thank you.
Any comments questions from the board?
Questions?
No.
Okay, so with the board's permission, we'll bring this back on consent November 12th.
Perfect.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a lot of things to get done here, but Brian, can you give me 6 minutes? That's how long we're going to take a break, and we're going to come back. And right after that, we're going to do two quick action items, and then we're going to have the census presentation for the two gentlemen that's been waiting patiently for that. So I'm giving you hope that it's almost there. And then we will talk about the rest of the agenda in terms of what we need to continue to do that we actually have to hear tonight. So 6 minutes, everybody roll it. Board, we're going to go to the quick two action items.
Yeah, 1 second.
I'll call us back to order. Ms. Capps is pulling up that report.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Action agenda E1 in the case of, let me see where I am here. In the case of 201920-07, accept the recommendation of stipulated agreement for full expulsion, 2 semesters, which ends June 2020.
Second it.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, motion passes. Thank you. So E2, request for adoption of 5 secondary supplementary textbooks. Ms. Carey. 5 minutes.
Run.
You got it.
Unless you do.
Okay.
Good evening, Board. Superintendent Matsuoka. Yes, the title of the agenda item is self-explanatory, and you have the related attachments there. And I am here to answer and respond to any questions you may have.
Board, any questions for Ms. Carey?
No.
All right, thank you. So can I hear a motion to adopt the 5 secondary supplementary textbooks?
So moved.
Oh, everybody moving, so, all right, do I hear a second?
Second.
Wait,
Yeah, we gotta have one or the other.
Who made the motion?
Okay, who's the motion?
So moved.
Okay, Dr. Reed. Second.
Second.
See, we're
Ms. Ford.
all mic'd up here, so you gotta watch out.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, they just said we ready to go home. Okay, thank you, Ms. Carey. Thank you. All right, so, thank you, gentlemen, waiting so patiently. Come on up for item, now we're gonna move to our report and discussion agenda with F2, the Census 2020. Mr. Matsuoka, you wanna introduce this item?
All right, these two gentlemen are well-known in our county, Dennis Bozanovich. He even coached me, and then I messed it up. And Dr. Pedro Paz, who is well-known to me and to us. When I heard this report at a superintendent's meeting, I said, I'm putting this on the next board meeting because, as you read in the narrative, this is just important for all those reasons. So I'm just going to turn it straight over to these two. They are leading the charge on census work in our county.
I'm going to actually make this really short for you guys because I'm not even going to use that PowerPoint except for maybe like the first one. So again, I'm Pedro Paz. I work for the Santa Barbara Foundation and I'm Director of Grant Making. And why do we care at the Santa Barbara Foundation about the census? Well, you'll quickly find out. Some of that information is right in front of you. So first off, census occurs every 10 years. It's required by law. This year, the count occurs on April 1st, 2020. We have new technology. We have the previous threat of having a citizenship question, which put the census on a lot of people's radar screen. Determines many federal funding amounts. Each person, I'll get to the next part a little bit later, but determines the number of representatives, counts used for state and local redistricting. So I want to start by telling you that you should remember 3 numbers after today: 1950, 17, and 43. 1950 kind of screws it up. You can't use them as lottery numbers with the 1950s. So 1950, 17, 43. First, in every census since 1950, persons of color have been undercounted. This matters as it gives communities less voice and less choice in decisions that impact their daily lives. On top of this, children 0 to 5 years of age, non-English speakers, low-income persons, persons experiencing homelessness, LGBTQ persons, elderly persons, and undocumented immigrants, as well as those living in crowded housing conditions, are also hard-to-count populations. Again, why does this count? Because in Santa Barbara County, it is estimated that 17% of our population, or nearly 76,000 of our neighbors, fit this hard-to-count population. That's 17%. Consequently, if we don't do an accurate count in this county, this census, it will translate into a direct loss of $43 million a year for 10 years. That's $430 million over 10 years. There's no one in this county that's going to make up nearly $500 million in funding. Not philanthropy, not local government, not you, no one. What makes this particularly difficult this time around is that the census, in an effort to cut costs, will ask individuals to primarily fill out the questionnaire online. And at the same time, we have 200,000 less census workers than 10 years ago. So we went from about 500,000 people working on the census to 300,000 people. So if you're asking everyone to fill it online, and they're not, you need people to follow up and knock on doors. And if you have less people, guess what? We're going to have an undercount. And again, it matters because at the end of the day, we're going to lose money. And the number that I'm bringing up, the $43 million, is literally, in this county, counting a little less than 5% of the people in this county. That's not a lot, folks. So we're in a challenging situation. In the county of Santa Barbara, our partners, cities, nonprofits have been working since the beginning of this past summer to plan outreach and education efforts in our community. We received over $500,000, and in fact, just earlier this week, we received an additional amount of about $52,000. So we're way over $500,000 in funding. To start the work, and we're meeting bi-weekly. We have a complete count census committee made up of a variety of subcommittees as well. And you think, wow, that's great, that's a good start. Problem solved. No, it's not. So we're here to ask your help. As a former school board member, I know the schools play an important and vital role in our communities. They are the center of a lot of people's activities from the beginning to the end of school. I just think of La Cumbre Junior High as an example in terms of that. Or just think about how many people came out tonight. And that could have been an opportunity for us, if we had been early in the agenda, to actually communicate to all the people that were here at that point in time. So again, we're here to ask for support, so I'm going to turn it over to Dennis, and he'll give you some more information.
Thanks, Pedro. So Dennis Bazanich, the Deputy County Executive Officer, and in one of my roles, I facilitate the preparations for the census, and particularly this complete count, and I'm pleased and honored to work with Dr. Paz in this effort. It's been fun. We have 92 people on our committee representing all parts of the county, from Cuyama to Carpinteria, and from Gaviota to the city of Santa Barbara. And so it really, the main efforts that the Complete Count Committee is responsible for is direct outreach to those hard to count population. The Census Bureau is responsible for all the enumeration of the people. So we actually have the hard work, they have the easy work, as far as I'm concerned, because we have to reach out and then convince folks to participate in the census, which, if you can imagine, in this day and age is very, very, very difficult. Trust is fundamentally broken with most of our social sectors, for many parts of our community, for a wide variety of reasons. And so to overcome that reluctance, to overcome that fear, to overcome that mistrust, is going to take an enormous effort. And the enormous effort is partly going to be borne by people like yourselves, the educators, the people that care that were in this room tonight, that they are the ones that are going to have to be the trusted messengers to say that participation in the census is important, it's essential for representation, it's essential for funding, and it's the constitutional responsibility of every single person to participate. We think schools are a critical part of that, and particularly here in a school district like the Santa Barbara Unified, you have school sites right in the neighborhoods where we have some of the most difficult folks to count, and in particular the lower west side of the city of Santa Barbara and the lower east side of the city of Santa Barbara. So those are two main areas of focus. We have others in the area of Lompoc, Isla Vista, and Santa Maria that we're also very, very concerned about as well. And fortunately, with 92 folks on our committee, we're doing some really important things. One of the real challenges here is that we have people, especially in the city of Santa Barbara, living in really confusing, complex living conditions. Multiple families in a house, and they may not all have told their landlord that they're paying the rent to about all the other families. And so they're going to be a little reluctant to make sure that all those other people are counted in their census form, though they legally are able to, out of fear that that word might get back to the landowner or the property owner or the leasing agent. And so we've got to overcome that message to say that that data that's collected by the census cannot be disaggregated. It has to be left at the high level and can't be done. The problem is people don't believe us, and that's the challenge. So here's what we would like to ask you as a policy-making board to consider, is to have your school sites, particularly in our hard-to-reach communities, consider two strategies. One, a non-gathered outreach strategy, which is using the communication packets that go home, whether electronically or physically, to parents and to families, to bring this message of the census and participation in the census, regardless of their fears, to tell them the truth about confidentiality with regards to the census, to be able to communicate about what happens if they don't participate, the $430 million that Pedro just mentioned a moment ago, that of lost revenue over the next decade just to the county of Santa Barbara and all of the jurisdictions here for basic safety net services, for roads, for public health, a number of important programs are funded directly by a formula based on population. And so whatever we can do to get that word out, our commitment in Santa Barbara County is to communicate everything about the census in English and Spanish simultaneously. We've made that commitment from the very beginning. Our website is going to go up fully bilingual this next Friday. And the materials that we provided to you are just examples of some of the things that we've produced already with the help of resources from the U.S. Census Bureau and the California Complete Count Committee. So that's the non-gathered, using printed materials to communicate, provide access numbers so they can ask follow-up questions and get their understanding and knowledge up. The second outreach strategy we'd like for your school sites to consider is real gathered outreaches. And there's two primary ones and then one that might be just a little bit easier. The Census Bureau is recommending that we establish what are called questionnaire assistance centers or question action kiosks. And the difference is, one, you go just to learn more about it. That's the assistance center to get your questions answered. Should I include my child who's just being born? When do I include them? You know, those kinds of questions. And so that's where they can go and get questions answered and be provided technical assistance right in their community. And so one thought would be if we could have school libraries, school gymnasiums, school meeting rooms available after school hours for those kinds of gatherings, we'd be interested in that. And if your policy board could help us with that with site principals. The second one is the questionnaire action kiosks. And because, as Pedro mentioned, this is going to be the first census completed online, many people don't have access to broadband internet, don't have access to computers on a regular basis, or may need that in some combination with technical assistance. And so the question action kiosks are basically, you could think of a kiosk or you could think of a computer lab in a school or a school library, where they could actually complete the form with somebody coaching them and helping them fill that out. The last outreach approach is if school sites are having events, fairs, festivals, other kinds of things that are of a community-oriented orientation, we would love to have the ability, you put volunteers into those events to provide additional information to the community about the census. Census Day is April 1st, 2020. And so it's basically where you live, where you're sleeping on April 1st that it determines where you complete the census. And so it's meant to be a kind of a campaign to help people think about on a particular day, but the entire census period will actually begin about mid-March and continue well into June with that process. And so with that, we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Quick question, could you go back to the map? And I'm sorry if I didn't see the key, but I was wondering if you could just describe what the colors are?
Yes, thank you very much for asking, I appreciate that. So the colors, the redder they are, so the red, if you look in kind of the urban centers and Isla Vista as an example of the red, those are the areas with the most concentrated hard to count and with the most numeric number of hard to count individuals based on the statistics that this is from California Department of Finance. They've identified this. The numbers that you see there are actually the quotient, the hard to count quotient that they use to factor in all those different pieces. So that's where they've identified those. So, and then as you go from red to orange, orange would be the kind of secondary, into yellow and blue would be less and less.
And gray is easy to count, or?
The blue is the easiest to count.
Okay.
The dark blue. So if you look in, what is that, kind of Goleta up through, looks like up to Camino Cielo, and then looks like East Side Riviera out toward Montecito, looks like the other area.
Okay, thank you.
I was just going to mention that, some of the rural areas in our county are particularly difficult to count because you have communities that are hard to reach. The Cuyama Valley, for example, up at the top where it says State Route 166, that would be a really challenging community. It'd probably be red, but it's dispersed, so you're not going to see red there.
Additional questions, board members? Okay, we do have a request to speak from the public. Denise Adams, would you want to come on up?
Denise Adams again. I wanted to thank them for their presentation. The census is very important. Having been a planner in Sacramento and also back east, the data is critical. The fear for many people's confidentiality. I hope that we could put a unit into all of our classrooms, whether kindergarten all the way up, that the Census Bureau puts all of the data in vaults for 72 years. No one's going to see what you put on that form after it's tabulated. And how we did this, you know, in the year 2000 and 2010, some of the exercises were creating like a time capsule so that kids get the concept of a vault. And you don't have to be embarrassed if you live in a garage and you live with, you know, 10 people in a bedroom. A lot of people are reluctant to share information because they don't know what's going to happen to it. And I think the messaging, I've watched their training programs on television, and I've certainly participated in several. Informing people it goes in a vault, 72 years. What I tell them won't be disclosed on any public record, and they also have another rule that while the person's alive, it's not disclosed, because now that longevity is beyond 72 years for many of us. So if you were born in the year 2020, but again, somehow incorporate it so that a kindergartner gets the idea, because a lot of times parents, I know my grandparents didn't speak English, they're dependent on the children to communicate. So the more you can do at the school level, the greater the participation. And as he pointed out, the money at stake here is big. So thank you.
Thank you. Conclude this here.
So, hearing no concerns, sorry, that's an assumption. Do you have any concerns with the district making available our resources, our facilities? I think our technology is crucial because we have all the devices, we have the internet. So Ms. Wendy Sims-Moten gave me a sample resolution from LA Unified. I need to scale their language down to Santa Barbara. I'm going to capture the high level, but I think I also want to capture some of the commitments that you heard from these two gentlemen about some very tactical offerings on our part. It's a school day, it's a Wednesday, so we have to be mindful about schools in operation, but I think there's a way that we can provide some physical separation of the community while instruction's going on. So I have a lot of ideas to execute with our team. Just wanted to make sure the board was informed. So tell you what, on November 12th, if I can carve out some time, I'll get a resolution on the agenda. Might be December. I want to run it by the two of you to make sure that we captured everything. And it's going to be an ask of our principals in our schools, but you know, the few who are here, I think we will talk about it, and I think they will see the social justice reasons why. I mean, $500 million over 10 years is a lot of money. A lot of money. And as we go into redistricting by 2022, we absolutely need that data. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Thank you for any questions, and we'll start working on this.
So a resolution would be all we would need? I mean, we talked about policy. I don't know if there's any policies that we would need to...
Well, we certainly have to be mindful of all of our policies about, you know, security. But what I want the resolution to capture is our commitment as a school district. Because this is, you know, for us, I think here, it makes total sense, but there may be some who have concerns. Sure. In some communities, this wouldn't just be a slam dunk. Mm-hmm. So I want to codify our commitment and just have you have a chance to approve it.
I'm enthusiastic, and I think it's also educational.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is there training for people who perhaps want to be at some of the kiosks available in the community?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Yes, we have a training program that we'll do for volunteers that'll be able to provide up-to-date information. And again, these are folks that are, you know, not census workers per se, right? They're community members. They volunteer for community-based organizations, and we've got a whole roster of them involved in our committee. but they really know the people from that community. And so we will be providing rather extensive training for them. The other thing I will mention is, this is a partnership, and so while we appreciate the access to your facility, we also don't want to take advantage of that. So to the extent our finances allow us to, we would take some of that money that we've raised and frankly the state of California has provided to help subsidize the cost for, let's say, custodial staff or whatnot to lock up if it were after hours.
Thank you. Thank you for staying. Great. Okay, so our next discussion item is the California Dashboard Local Indicator Reports. Ms. Carey and Dr. Ramirez. 30 minutes, really?
We should have the whole team like give over this side.
Oh, no, it's very enthusiastic. I just want to make sure how enthusiastic for how long.
Can we also think about the questions that are involved in those 30 minutes?
Right. Yes, we will try to accommodate to the extent possible.
Thank you.
So we thank you.
I'm just going to start clapping. You do it all night. So.
Thank you, Ms. Sims-Moten, Board of Ed. I actually, Mr. Wells, if you could just start with, we'll kind of go quickly at this. When you go to just the first attachment. Separate attachment, just the first attachment. I just want to flash that up there for a moment. So I'll just reference this, won't go into it much at all, but rather to represent that this is an overall kind of timeline of the different components that go into accountability that has, that ultimately will culminate in the approval of an LCAP, which this time around will be another 3-year LCAP in the spring of 2020. We traditionally, the board has, we put before the board and the board has adopted an LCAP in June of every year. And this time around, it will be a reset for an additional 3-year term. And that just walks you through the month-by-month breakdown of what types of reports and activities we'll be bringing to you, just so that you can see where it all falls into context. Mr. Rouse, just back to the presentation. So in keeping with our desire to be able to represent our progress in the California School Dashboard, we have 3 local indicators, 3 of 8 local indicators that we are bringing before you as a board, and they are in the state priority areas 2, 3, and 7, standards implementation, parent engagement, and course access, respectively. So here, this basically just reiterates a high-level overview. The focus for LCFF and local control accountability is on equity for our English learners or our emergent multilingual students, our low-income students, and students identified as meeting the statute for homeless and foster youth. We have 8 state priorities. The LCAP addresses those 8 state priorities, and 5 of those are local, 3 are state. So we won't be talking about the state measures, although that was part of what the CASP assessment was intended to indicate. So for those priorities, and it's just important to highlight, for those priorities where data is not collected at the state level, it is expected that the local level step into that in order to provide a response in our dashboard. So here's just a breakdown of the local indicators. Those indicators that apply to us as a local education agency are 1 through 7. And again, the ones that we will be representing tonight are 2, 3, and 7.
I'm going to advance just one slide to focus in on the first of our 3 local priority areas that we are reporting on tonight. Just a reminder to the board and to our community that there are attachments associated with this item that have longer narratives that go into more depth around local priority areas 2, 3, and 7 respectively, but we've pulled highlights for them for our purposes for the presentation. The first bullet here under local priority 2, which is on the implementation of state academic standards, is really just something meant to highlight just how tremendous the shifts in the standards and frameworks have been. I'm going to toggle back by one slide because this is something we found and have repurposed from a meeting in our county office that really did a good job succinctly laying out the fact that even though the Common Core was adopted by the state of California as our state standards in 2010, and it is almost a decade since that time, you can see a few things on this slide really, really clearly. One is that, yes, that happened in 2010, but you can see how the frameworks associated with English language arts and math trailed by 4 and 3 years, respectively, after that 2010 standards adoption. You can see there the rollout of science, and then with other subject areas and frameworks as well. And this just really did a good job. It spoke to us. We saw this as a graphic and a timeline that would help help just paint the picture for folks about how rolling these massive shifts have been, and how with every year there is either a new development related to a subject area that already had standards adopted, or new standards altogether, new frameworks, or shifts. We also know that legislation plays a role. So even though it's been many years since the initial adoption of the Common Core state standards, it's a much more complicated picture than what that statement would just convey superficially. So, because we have definitely different approaches in elementary grade span as compared to secondary grade span, I'll speak for secondary, and I will venture to speak somewhat for elementary, but invite Dr. Ramirez to chime in as well as needed. What we need to do is, where we are compartmentalized in the secondary space, is really help each group of teachers, each cohort of teachers in their subject-specific areas reckon with these shifts in standards and in frameworks, bearing in mind that for the social studies and technical subjects, they share the same literacy standards as English language arts teachers. So there is some really great coherence that we're able to build even school-wide. As you have become familiar with, the math standards themselves are heavily dependent on strong literacy skills. So those are the kinds of things you see highlighted on this slide in terms of the emphases we've undertaken in professional learning, the focus on literacy, as well as some of what we've been referencing tonight and in prior board meetings around systems of continuous improvement and that development of collective efficacy. I'm glad that's in our working vocabulary now as a group.
Just to make one final point on this area of academic standards, if you look at, for example, in 2014, the state, California, became the first to adopt an ELA-ELD framework for the state. That is represented up there as one line, but that's a document that's approximately 12 to 1,400 pages. So to institute that kind of policy is pretty significant. It's intended to be a support, but it doesn't always feel that way. But one of the things that it does frame is a dramatic shift in how we think of, conceive of, and execute on language acquisition and supports to it. So one thing that will hopefully put your mind at ease about that is that as we've been talking about some initiatives, we've been finding ways to weave in those documents, source documents, into our work, particularly as we talk about multilingual pathways.
Can I just ask you a quick question? I just need to be able to link to some of the public comment with regards to we don't have an adopted curriculum. Is that somewhere in here?
It would be referenced in here, and actually this is a good opportunity for me to speak to that. I mentioned this at our last board meeting, and maybe that was a bit lost in the shuffle. But more or less speaking candidly, when I arrived in my position, we just did not have appropriate systems for being able to appropriately vet and move forward with full-scale adoptions, to be quite honest with you. We were still making sense of Common Core standards. We were still making sense of the recency around that. And so when we embarked upon a number of different initiatives, and I mentioned two specifically, the work around balanced literacy, which has been mentioned in many different ways, in many different meetings, but also I would point out the work that we've done in science, because this district moved forward with representing a desire to ensure that science was being taught in the elementary schools. Well, although both of those emerged as options, curricular options, and neither one of them went through any formalized adoption process. They essentially grew up rather organically and out of work that had been undertaken. I would point to balanced literacy at Adams that has right now its more mature program. I would argue that it's in part what has led it to become recognized as a California Distinguished School and has increased a lot of, led to a lot of growth at that school. So those are the kinds of things that now that we're here, we will need to work with. And to that end, we've tried a couple of things, and it's one of the points of interest right now for me specifically. In the past, we always have to work with our bargaining unit on developing processes and working through how to gather input from teachers in a more formalized way. The opportunity that exists for us right now is we have moved from a teaching and learning advisory committee now to a bit of a different model in our instructional council, which we are working to onboard. And that group can be really a group that can think with us around how to reckon with some of those instructional spaces where we have done tremendous work, and how do we represent that? Is there a desire to veer away from that and reset? Is there a desire to double down? But I think that's where the teacher voice can be found most in a more organized fashion. So that's something that I will be talking to our union representative about so that we can really lay out the landscape and make sense of it together.
So is there a timeline to reconcile all of that so that when the public comment comes back that there's no adopted curriculum, is there some report that you're working on how that's been reconciled? How are you bringing all these different entities of all these options that you have, like the balanced literacy? How do you reconcile that so that it's real clear what we're doing?
Sure. I would have to think through that with our partners to be able to ensure that we make it coherent. I will point to this. If we were to move forward with whole-scale adoptions in each one of these areas, you can only imagine how overwhelming that would be to a single teacher of first grade or a single teacher of third grade. So we have, in the process, had to both learn what the shifts are, but also be able to bring about some sustained change. This doesn't even cover work around social-emotional learning, work around student safety, work around a number of other initiatives that we have across the district that are very urgent to this community.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of LCAP Priority 3, parent engagement, you see there the large areas of focus: building relationships, building partnership for student outcomes, and seeking input for decision making. In your packet, you will see that there is a rubric that we utilized to self-rate, and in order to arrive at those self-ratings, what we did is we seek input from parents on a continuous basis. You probably already know that we deliver a California Healthy Kids Survey. That is a great data point, very robust, very well vetted, as well as other surveys as well. We also took this back and took some of those thinkings back to our DLAC, and they provided input, and that's been very, very helpful. So what you see here are just some things that we have developed and strengthened over the years in the area of parent engagement.
And finally, to report on local priority area 7, course access, I'll lead off by highlighting that in our elementary schools, and quite unusually, we have 100% access to all disciplines called out by the LCAP local indicators statutory reporting requirements. In fact, we've received state and even national recognition for the fact that our elementary school students have access to that 100% of our elementary students have access to art, music, and PE from teachers credentialed in those areas. So that's a real highlight to lead with. In secondary, all content areas are offered. We continue to see, and there are some graphs and charts included in the narrative, we continue to see slowly closing gaps across student groups, but in general we do see upward trends and improved access to rigorous courses with the majority of our students taking at least one course in what we call the advanced learning domain. And that's the phrase we use for honors, AP, IB, and dual enrollment coursework in high school. We see very stable secondary VAPA course completion, course enrollment and completion at 45%. And even as we have a resurgence in career technical education and sort of a reimagined brand of career technical education, we see we're seeing almost 20% of graduates completing a CTE pathway, which includes that 3-course model of introductory course all the way through capstone course. So we're very proud of these growths in course access and how they matriculate into course completion, and how the state is evolving its way of measuring and valuing students having access to and being successful in thoughtfully designed career technical ed courses, as well as recognizing the value of the arts, as well as recognizing the value of rigor, of experiencing college level classes, but in a high school setting. We do continue to see and encounter and work hard to identify barriers to course access. And as soon as we identify them, we put our thinking caps on about resolving them. And that's where some of our successes have come from, is through problem solving, very, very intentional work with counselors. I will give a shout out to Dr. Waganek, who oversees our high school counselors, and the hard work that our counselors themselves have been doing, especially over the last 2 years, and moving into the execution of the ASCA model with full fidelity, which involves very careful multi-year planning for students' course takes. There's lots to unpack here. There's lots in the narrative. I think what I will do here is just make myself available, and Dr. Ramirez as well, for any questions or comments you might have, either about local priority area 7 or about any of these LCAP priority areas. Ms. Ford?
Thank you. Thanks for this. I'm a little confused, so help me understand if the narratives you provided for us were summaries for the board, or is that what you're submitting to the state?
So those are summaries for the board. We report to the state whether or not we deem ourselves to have met the local priority areas,
right,
and any accompanying evidence that might be requested.
Sorry, go ahead, please. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just going to add that we do have a timeline, and the dashboard is updated annually in December. So that's what necessitates us completing this by November.
Right. So I thought the self-assessment tool for parent engagement is very interesting. Are there self-assessment tools for each indicator?
There are.
Okay. And they're online, so I could take a look at them?
Yes, so we use a modified version for priority 2 that is guided by the state's version. And then some of, you can look online to see what is prescribed for each one of these. It is a little bit different. They're qualitatively different kinds of metrics.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, we take our guidance from the CDE.
Thank you.
Additional questions, board members? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think, Ms. Perry, you might as well stay, right? I think this next item is yours, discussion of the 3 new high school. Okay, you're going to stay.
I'm pleased to say, board, hello again. This is not one that I anticipate needing 20 minutes, but I certainly can avail myself to you for any questions or comments you might have. There is really detailed information on the cover sheet associated with these items about these courses. They are all courses that are taking place at Santa Barbara Junior High, or that we project to have taking place at Santa Barbara Junior High, in conjunction with our Avid Excel program, which has been piloted. And I just want to highlight that this is a program that lets students who still need to receive designated English language development, because they're English learners or emergent multilinguals who have not yet reclassified, and yet we know that when they need that extra support in their English language development, that can preclude or limit sometimes their access to other elective offerings, including the very powerful Avid elective, which is designed for first-generation college-bound students. And so this is a course that we have in the 8th grade, and we're looking to expand due to a successful pilot. so that we can afford more students who fit that profile the same opportunity to receive their English language development while still participating in the AVID program. And the other two are associated with our planned implementation of DLI at Santa Barbara Junior High next school year. I want to highlight that these two courses are Spanish language arts and a math course. So these would be two courses that students in the dual language immersion program would take in Spanish. So that would be the language of instruction. We anticipate and hope to bring before you a third course that would be taught in Spanish, science, but we are still working on that proposal at this time. And if we successfully bring that to you and that's what we implement next school year, that would result in having the students spend 50% of their instructional day in the language of Spanish and 50% of their instructional day in the instructional language of English. So we are bringing these to you now in advance of next school year and as we plan for that rollout.
Questions? Ms. Ford?
I was just a little confused, but by the title that these were new high school course requests.
They are
but
not new high school
junior
course
high.
requests. They are
Okay,
junior
good.
high requests, so that is
Okay,
an
great,
error.
thanks.
Thanks for the opportunity to clarify.
Any questions, board members? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Carey.
Thank you. So we'll be bringing these back then on
Yes.
action?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Okay. Next, we're moving to 5, special education. Mr. Shetler.
While he walks up, thank you, Mr. Shetler, for staying till 10:30 p.m. to deliver this very important report. Quick preamble, special ed is a huge topic. As they started developing this, I encourage them to break it into 2 parts. So tonight's part 1, and by your questions, I think they will, it'll inform them about how to build out report 2. They've got a draft of report 2, but your dialogue and questions will help inform that. Thank you, John.
All right, good evening. It's almost time to say good morning.
It is.
I'm happy to share the first part of our 2-part special ed report to the board tonight. I've been told that one of my few strengths is that I can be concise, so I'm going to try and tap into that. So I want to give you a broad overview of the students we serve, the staff that make up our department, and some of our guiding beliefs. The special ed department is consisting of over 100 teachers and other related service certificated professionals, 225 paraeducators, and we make up a good chunk of both bargaining units in Santa Barbara Unified. This is not an exhaustive list of all the people that work in our division. The biggest increase this year is in our school psychologists, where we now are happy to say we have a full-time school psychologist at each of our elementary schools. And that's going to be hugely helpful to us as we build out systems of support for students before they enter special ed. As you can see, the numbers of total special education students in the district has been relatively flat over the last few years. I think if you account for some declining enrollment, our percentage might be increasing slightly. But the thing that I want to highlight for you on this slide is that we serve some families from age 3 all the way until their children age out as adults at age 22. And so when we talk about our guiding beliefs and the importance of our relationship building with families, understand that we could be working with families for 2 decades and their children are going to change drastically during that time, and we are privileged to partner with them over that journey.
Can I just ask you a quick question? On those numbers where they're changing, are there people who are staying rolling through the years, or are you adding or decreasing, actually taking them in completely, or?
Yeah, those numbers represent our June pupil count at the end of every given school year that we took that data. So that's as of June. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So you can see I've organized the total number of students in special education currently by their area of primary disability. And note that students can qualify for special education in more than one category, but we're using primary just to kind of illustrate a point that the top 3 categories, learning disability, other health impairment, and speech and language impairment, they make up a large majority of our students in the system. They also have disabilities that are mainly invisible, and so when people think of special education, they may not think of these numbers of students that make up our schools. The students in the specific learning disability category are in many cases dyslexic, And in the other health impairment category, many times those are students who qualify with ADD or ADHD-like characteristics. Autism is one of our other large and growing groups, and you've probably heard the saying that if you know one child with autism, you know one child with autism. They are very unique, and so our IEPs for those students need to be adaptive to their unique needs. At the very tail end of this distribution, you see some of our low incidence disabilities where we receive special funding for students who are blind, deaf, and have orthopedic needs that are really tailored to those unique groups. The other thing that I would point out is they're laid out by disability, but students don't fit nicely into boxes. And so while we develop programs that we think serve students that have common traits and common needs, the most challenging things are serving those students that fit in between spaces, and we really have to individualize their supports. So I alluded to it a little bit earlier, but really one of the most important beliefs that I have about our work in special education is that we value our relationships with our families. I think that's one of our most important resources. And I'll tell you, special education is not a parent-friendly system. We're required by law to work with parents, but that doesn't mean that our forums and our meetings and all the stuff that comes with it is easy for parents to understand and digest. And so we take that work seriously. I would say that we help them navigate the system, especially when there's conflict and especially when they lose trust in us. We understand that they're going to be here for the long haul, and I want families to feel that we're going to be here with them for that time as well. Special education is a set of supports. It's not a place kids go. And it's important to note that because the history in special education and the history for people with disabilities in this country is very much one of segregation. And so it's not ancient history that we've had classrooms that were in the back corners of school campuses, and students who certainly were not treated like full members of those school communities. So that's not distant history, that's recent history, and we need to keep that in mind. I would also point out that all of our students are gen ed students first. And so when we talk about MTSS and systems of support, they should be afforded every opportunity that students in gen ed are. And when they need extra help, they should be provided that extra help based on their individual needs. The graphic at the bottom of this slide you've seen before in the MTSS presentation really highlights the three main areas that we're seeing needs in terms of support for students. And I can't underscore how important it is that we continue to work to align special education and general education. We heard a lot today about the Literacy Project and our work with dyslexic students. If we know that students' best chance at learning to read happens when they're in first and second grade, and we're not referring those students for special education evaluation until many times third or fourth grade, we've already missed our best chance to intervene with them. And when we talk about the rate of growth for our students when they're in junior high and high school, and we give them that same treatment in terms of intervention, we know that we're not going to get the same bang for our buck. I'm happy to say that at this point, the training that you guys heard about tonight, the Project Read, Lindenwood Bell training, we have all but one school, La Colina, having special ed teachers who've been trained in that. 25 of our 100 teachers have been trained in that and have the materials that go along with it, and it's very heavy on the elementary end. So we are doing as much specialized academic instruction with those programs as we can, and the more we can build school structures and schedules that allow for that time, the better off our students will be. So for the next report, my thoughts are the three areas that would be most relevant for you all to hear about are our academic achievement and a focus on literacy, our disproportionate number of students in special education who are identified as EL, and our inclusive practices, including co-teaching. But I am interested in any comments and questions that you have about tonight's information, as well as where we might go next time.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Ford?
Thank you so much. I really like seeing the breakdown, disaggregation of the disabilities. I wonder if the next time you'd be able to show us the breakdown of ELs, students of color, socioeconomic status, and that would be enough for ethnicity.
Yeah.
Second thing is, I have a very particular interest in some sort of information about salary comparisons, since we still have a lot of contractual obligations to find employees outside of the district, and so I just would love to know if we're paying our para-educators in particular a comparative salary. And then the other thing that we've talked about a lot is an overview of the PD for general education teachers, so that we avoid some of the misunderstandings and even very serious issues that we've had with students who are identified. In particular, how general ed teachers learn how to at least spot, if not identify, students who need services, and what kind of instructional support they at least have an understanding of offering.
I think we can touch on that.
Additional comments, Ms. Capps?
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for being concise, I really appreciate it. So this can be for next time as well, but I would love to understand a little bit more about retention issues and staffing, kind of building on what Ms. Ford asked about in terms of staffing and what your process is. I would also like to understand IE processes and what are the biggest challenges, steps that are missed, what are systems to make sure that steps aren't missed, et cetera, kind of the systems that go into your work in that way.
Just want to make sure I heard you, IEP processes?
Yeah, that when kids are identified, or when they're not identified, as we've talked about previously, and it's been a nature of my questions, what kind of remedies are taken to make sure that staff are properly trained, that kind of thing. What is your plan? What system is already in place to ensure that kids don't fall through the cracks and that mistakes aren't made?
Okay, some of the child find issues that we've talked about.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Questions? Okay. Thank you.
All right, have a good morning.
All right. Outmost.
Very funny.
You got an hour and 20 minutes still.
Mr. Taylor. Come on up. Ms. Wagner, you might as well stay close there unless you need to get your materials on. Next three folks up. Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
And it's not morning yet,
Not yet.
so in 2016-17, the district approved an irrevocable trust to proactively fund our other post-employment obligation. Since then, the district has contributed $4.7 million towards a $10.7 million liability. The past board members requested that the funds, when the funds designated to pay off their retirement incentives in 2012 and 14, that this funding remains in the budget to make a contribution to the irrevocable trust. Currently, our last time we contributed to the irrevocable trust was in July. We contributed $2 million. $1 million from the general fund, which is from the 2012-2014 incentive, that's retirement incentive that we've paid off. And then we have some pay-as-you-go from employer side of the payroll every month. We put into another account to hold to make a contribution also and pay for the retirees. So what we're suggesting is, since as we get closer to our funding our liability total, we want to slow it down at some point because we don't want to overfund the liability. We're getting ready to, as of 2019, as of June 30th, 2019, we're having another actuarial study which will give us our current liability for our irrevocable, or for our health and welfare benefits that we give to retirees. So we feel that, since $1 million is coming out of the general fund, if we cut that in half, it will not only help the deficit, but we will also contribute the other $500,000, plus what is we pull from the employer side of the OPEB and the payroll, that we can still contribute $1 million to the irrevocable trust, and it will also help the general fund's deficit by $500,000. So we're reporting that out today in hopes that we can bring it back on November 12th, and so that for approval, so that we can get it into the 2021 budget for our multi-year projections at first interim.
Any questions from the board?
Sounds good to me.
Can I just ask you a question? So the request is, since, just said from the previous board, so is this a one-time reduction or would this be an ongoing?
Well, that would depend on you all and our shape of our budget.
Okay.
But, I want to make sure that when we get our new actuarial, which we should have by December or January, we may go down. If you remember, it was 17 million, it would drop down to 10.
Right.
And that was an accounting issue also with that, with the new accounting laws. I'm not going to see that big drop, but we could have a drop in that. And so we do not want to get right up to fully funding that 10.7. We want to hold steady. And as we get closer to that pay-as-you-go part of payroll will decrease, which means more into the general fund, more money into the general fund. So this irrevocable trust is helping us in so many ways. But I personally feel that we can take $500,000 out of the general fund and fund it and let the other help with the deficit.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you. So I can bring it back on consent?
You can bring it back
Thank
on
you.
consent. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Wagner, Dr. Wagner.
All right, good evening, board. I bring to you the long-awaited vaping presentation. I know Ms. Sims-Moten's been asking for at least 6 months. Here it is.
Let's ask her how long she
So I wanted to just a little history and background in terms of where we are. Overview. Governor Gavin Newsom recently put out an executive order to begin aggressively combating the vaping epidemic amongst youth in the state of California. It's my anticipation and the word around the state that that is going to have funding and some mandates along with it. So I will keep the board apprised of that as it comes. Vaping, which actually it's electronic nicotine delivery systems, ENDS, were developed in China as a smoking cessation tool. But like any good thing that's developed, it can be used for not so good ends. And what I can tell you is that many of the biggest vaping companies are actually owned by the tobacco companies under different names or the same names. And so that is why we're seeing the epidemic now. There are over 460 brands of ENDS or vaping devices and over 700 flavors that are available for consumption just of nicotine or pure juice alone. So those who vape often start or believe that they're starting just with a flavored oil, and in a little bit I'll show you the lovely flavors that those come in. But also it can be used for the consumption of THC, either through marijuana flowers or the distillation of THC oil. Included a photo of the various different types. I will, quick indulgence at this late hour. In about 2013, 2014 school year, when I was principal at La Cuesta, there's one door in and there's one door out. We had a habit of greeting each student at the door as they came in, greeting them by their name, seeing how they were at the beginning of the day. They weren't coming in, for the most part, under the influence. But what we were finding was later in the morning, around 11 o'clock, we'd have 5 or 6 students under the influence of THC. We couldn't smell anything, but we saw the symptoms, and we're like, what is happening? And then after a couple weeks, one of the teachers came in with a pen. There's not really a good example on this photo, but it looked like a
big pen. What is this? And after looking at it, for about 6 seconds, I'm like, oh my gosh, this is what they're using. And that was 6 years ago, and we've just seen it ramp up since then. So what I can tell you is that administrators, including myself, have been trying to keep students from vaping in the district for a while now. But the last year and a half has really escalated. Here's another example. So the Juul pods, when you initially look at those, they look like little thumb drives. And so very easy to conceal, very easy to keep in a sleeve. Students will put them in their sleeve and just vape right there and blow the, if you saw the key news, I talked about they blow into their sweatshirts. There are even sweatshirts now where the drawstrings on the hoodie is the vaping device. So constantly, the companies are coming up with new ways to hide the vaping. But as you can see from the Juul pods, which are very, very popular with all students, but especially with young girls, influencers on social media, Instagram, et cetera, use Juuls. And so you've got 13, 14, 15-year-old girls, and you can see the flavors of pineapple and everything under the sun, king candy. So the screenshot I have here is actually, I just put Juul in, and that's the first thing that popped up, and that looks like something fun to a 14-year-old. Something that they can be cool and taste good.
Fran?
So
There's a question, Dr. White.
Yes, Ms. Ford.
I don't know if you saw or if my fellow board members did, but on Thursday, Juul banned, immediate ban of sale of all fruity and candy flavors.
I did see that.
So this is good news, and they actually believe very strongly that the government will do an extensive ban on all fruit and candy flavored vaping, whatever they're called, ends?
What's that?
The cartridges, whatever?
Ends. The cartridges, yes.
Cartridges.
Our cartridges go into the device. The other items up there, we didn't go over them, but I mean, some look like pencil sharpeners. You've got a big mod there, which is another device most frequently used to smoke THC, but can be used for nicotine as well. So some data about our own district as well as the nation. Nationally, I wanted to be able to give, I don't have an exact comparison, but nationally you can see that somewhere by the time we get to 12th grade, we have almost a third of young people who have reported that they've vaped in the past year. In our own district, this is from the California Healthy Kids Survey that was done in November and December of last year. 15% of 8th graders, 24% of 10th graders, and 29% of 12th graders had vaped at some point in their lifetime. 10%, 19 and 24, had used some sort of vaping device to consume THC products. And then our big piece here, so vaped at school at some point in the past month. So we're looking at, in a junior high, maybe 75 students to 100 students, depending on the size of the school, and 200 more or less high school students who had vaped at school at some point in the past month. This was 1 year ago. I wanted you to see also suspension. This is our overall suspension for alcohol and other drugs. The count on the top, this was as of last week. No. Sorry. Got to go back to my data. Don't want to give you the incorrect information here. Right, so this is year over year. As of last week, we had 60 students who had been suspended for drug and alcohol related. That's a 100% increase from last year at the same time, so roughly the first quarter of the school year. And more than anecdotally, after talking to administrators, that is primarily because of vaping. We can't attribute it to anything else. So some of that is because of the increased use, but it's also because of an increased focus on vaping and just our efforts to combat that in schools. So what has our response been? About 4 years ago, we updated all the signage on our district buildings to include electronic nicotine devices. Assistant principals were trained several years ago by the local law enforcement. The schools have been directed to have tactical monitoring of areas where vaping most frequently occurs. We have held student, teacher, and parent education events. We continue to do that. We have our first of this year at Washington Elementary next week. Students are actually using the Stop It app for anonymous reporting. So they are actually reporting vaping of their peers either in class or in other areas of the campus. We have instituted an online vaping education in lieu of or in addition to suspension. So students, the first time that they're found to be vaping nicotine or just plain juice, are given an online vaping education course to complete during an on-campus short suspension, because really we're trying to get to education, not keep kids out of class. California Education Code requires that if there's THC in the oil that we have to suspend. If it's a first offense, we really try to do that suspension on campus, but those students also take the course. Administrators have focused on talking about vaping during their beginning of the year administrative walkthroughs when they go over the rules and expectations. One thing, it is being covered in high school health classes, though I will have a recommendation for that coming up. We discuss vaping every month at our Dean PLC. We talk about it. It's one of the #1 topics. Schools are improving their systems for monitoring breaks outside of the classroom, and La Colina was the first school to do this, where students actually sign in and out on an iPad, and they can keep track of who goes in and who comes out and at what time, and other schools have started to use that as well. And then we also, last year, began exploring the FlySense detection, which is ways to detect vaping, bullying, and other behavior in restrooms. So, 4 recommendations that I'm bringing forward, and then, of course, I am open to hearing your recommendations as well. This is a public health crisis. As with other issues, as schools, we will do what we need to do to make sure that students are healthy and safe, but we do need to work with public health. Want to look at developing a local multimedia education campaign geared at students, and also identify and adopt a uniform health curriculum for students, grades 4 through 12, that explicitly addresses vaping. Right now, our health teachers are really creating their own curriculum, and I would like to have that be a uniform Tier 1 education for students. We can apply to become a California Department of Education tobacco-free certified school district. I would like to do that, and I would like to work with Ms. Barnwell to spread the word on that. Continue our exploration of the vaping detection systems, such as FlySense, and then finally, we have students who are addicted to nicotine, and so working with our community partners to create a referral process to youth nicotine cessation groups. So at this point, I'll open it up for questions and comments.
Any questions from the board? Ms. Ford?
Just my thought that you mentioned parent education, but it seems really crucial. I think a lot of parents have no idea what's going on right under their noses. And also I know a number of parents who've gone to Amazon and just bought nicotine tests, and they're regularly testing their students. It's the only way that they can find out. So I'd love to know more about what we're doing to educate and help parents address this at home.
Right. One thing that we've talked about in the Dean PLCs is having the parents be involved in the online vaping education courses that we've created for students. So that specifically would be for the parents of students who are using already. We are also using a online course called BASE Education, and BASE, the modules that are assigned by the deans can actually also, or elementary APs are using it, some of the principals, elementary principals, but the parents can be assigned those same modules, and they are available in Spanish as well.
Great.
But yes, agreed.
Thanks.
Yes, Jackie.
Is there, on the website, is there going to be anything put on there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we're in the process of retooling. I see that under safety, and so we're retooling all of our safety information. And I guess I'll take this time to share that one thing we're looking at doing is a school safety podcast, and vaping is one of the topics. I'd like to try to do like 3 of those this year, and vaping would be one of those.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. We had talked about the city, and I connected you with Nina Johnson there about a grant that they had. I just wondered if anything panned out.
No, they had already, I think they had already utilized the grant, or there was something, but I can circle back.
No, it's
I mean,
okay.
we're
It's just
certainly,
totally
we
good.
have to collaborate with the city, the county on all of this, because it's just, so much of it is health related that's out of our scope. Yeah.
Thanks.
I have a question. I apologize if you already addressed it, but so what does it mean to become, or what do we have to do to become a tobacco-free certified school district?
We basically, it's not a cumbersome process, but we have to submit proof of the actions that we've taken, that we have a plan. I think certainly the fact that the board, that was one thing I didn't put up on our response, was that the board passed the resolution. So we have to show that we have a plan and we're actively working to eliminate tobacco and nicotine products on our campuses.
Thank you. I think that concludes any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you're on the next item as well. Are you good with that? Do you know how much time you need on that?
Are we ready to keep going?
We're ready to keep going in any,
All right, we
yes.
can be, so I'm bringing to the board 5 board policies. These are each updates from CSBA.
Yeah.
I'll take them one at a time. The first is, I got ahead of you, didn't I, Mr. Rouse? The first is open and closed campus. Open and closed campus really just clarifies some of the language. It ensures that students who are given the privilege of having off-campus privileges, that they meet eligibility requirements, and that parents receive notification of each school's policy before the school year starts. I will mention that, as it says up there in the previous board policy, Dos Pueblos and San Marcos both have closed campus for freshmen and sophomores. Santa Barbara High has a long tradition of being an open campus, and I won't do too much spoiler alert, but I know that Dr. Simmons is looking at making some changes on that in the future. And so that's what this covers. Do I have any questions on the policy?
Any questions on this first policy, board members?
No.
Okay.
All right. Open, closed campus, we covered that one. School health services, this is a policy update. It takes out some of the old language, the obsolete API, the Healthy Start program, and the Healthy Families program. So this is really primarily a language update. It did include a piece of how schools are to be encouraging families and doing outreach to make sure that eligible students from low and moderate income families have access to health coverage systems. So any questions on that?
Any questions on this policy? Hearing none, thank you. The next one.
Moving on to suicide prevention. This, again, is mostly just updating of language, and we do have it takes out some of the, some words specific to secondary students so that it covers all students, and really just says we need to update our policy every 5 years.
This one I do have a question.
Ms. Ford.
Thanks. I noticed in the last paragraph, if you wouldn't mind taking a look at it, that the words "and other types of loss" are stricken. And I actually would like you to reconsider putting back something to that extent. We know that lots of young people, in particular today, are depressed by issues around murder, issues around even climate change. There's so many things that make kids nowadays high risk for suicide. I'm not sure why those few words are stricken.
You know, I actually, I do agree with you, and CSBA struck those. I remember when we first passed this policy a couple years ago, I thought it was good to have that in there because we have so many students in hospice counseling that certainly we'll put those back in when we bring it forward for consent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go to our...
And then finally moving on to discipline.
Yes.
Very, again, just really cleaning up the wording. They've taken out the word misbehavior, which I appreciate. I do want to point out, I believe it's in this, it may be in the next policy. One thing that we're trying to do more in our district is not use the term discipline, but use the term response to behavior as a way of thinking of that. Do we have any questions on this policy related to discipline?
No, I really appreciate that responding. I really like that's a little bit more, positive, as opposed to because you responding, will it always be with discipline, maybe with other measures. So I appreciate that change there.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Oh, Ms. Borges.
Thanks.
Sorry.
I noticed that, actually to the point that you're making in the first paragraph, that the words "school and classroom management" are stricken for positive behavior support strategies.
Yes.
Which makes total sense. And then just to go all the way to the end, and I noticed that school and classroom management skills are still in there. And it's sort of the next to the last paragraph. Under professional
page 2?
development. Yes, and under the paragraph about professional development.
Oh, yes, okay.
So maybe you want to use the same language?
Positive behavior supports.
Sound good?
Sounds good.
Great.
Agreed.
No other questions?
Okay, thank you.
And then finally, suspension and expulsion due process, which is something that I emphasize constantly. They have added that no child enrolled in preschool shall be expelled except under limited circumstances. I have not yet experienced a preschool expulsion, but that would be something we would not encourage.
Is that only applying to state schools, or does it cover any private schools?
It does not cover private schools, it just covers the public schools, to my knowledge.
Okay.
And then there is a change of language to outcome data related to student suspensions and expulsions, which is a reminder to me that I owe the board a report on that data. Any questions on that?
No questions. No questions on that. Thank you.
I have a question.
Rose does?
Oh, please, Mel.
Yeah, I have a question back to the discipline one.
Okay. Yes.
The discipline. The first paragraph at the very end, it says correcting student misbehavior.
Which page is that?
The student discipline, the first page,
Right.
the first paragraph at the very end. Oh, right there.
Right, they missed one of the misses, and so did I. We will do a search, we'll take out all the misbehavior, change that, and,
Well, what would you say? I mean, because it is the negative. It's, you're doing all these things so you minimize the need for disciplinary measures that do that.
by correcting student behavior that
Is disruptive.
XYZ, it's disruptive.
Is annoying.
Does not meet positive behavior expectations.
There you go.
Okay.
Sure, or as a means to, let's see, because I know over here you say responding to student behavior in the next section.
Are we in suspension and expulsion due process?
Right after where it says the superintendent or designate shall develop.
The superintendent or designee's strategies for responding to student behavior.
That excludes students from instruction. Let's see. God, I had it.
Can you tell me which paragraph that's in, Liz?
Sure, the second one. So I'm trying to think. Need for disciplinary measures that exclude students from instruction as a means for responding to their, sorry, I had it, but because in the second paragraph, then it says, responding to student behavior at district schools.
You're wrong.
It's right after, it's right there after the CF 16.
Mr. Rouse, can you go down to the bottom page, please?
Yeah, it's
Let's
right
go down
there.
the bottom.
It's actually the part that you just highlighted. Let me see. Yeah, that one, and then the one I was referring to was the one right before where it says correcting student misbehavior.
And
The last-
responding to student behavior at district schools.
Yeah.
That's how it should read. Right? Okay. All right. Any other questions or thoughts?
But maybe when we're full awake, we are okay to send some things. We might be more fully awake and something comes across as we reread this. It's okay to send them to you for when you bring it back.
Absolutely, and if I can bring them on consent,
Yes.
and if I miss anything, hopefully I won't, but we can correct it on consent and be of one mind.
Okay,
Okay,
great.
thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
Wagner.
Thank you.
Ooh, come to the end. Whoa, what's the plan? It is 11:16. Okay.
Good, done before midnight.
We did. So coming events, we do have the Los Flores dedication tomorrow, from 3:30 to 4:30. So I'm assuming the invitation has gone out so board members know in terms of being there. Okay. So that's a coming event for tomorrow.
One thing to plan ahead, because there is no parking at the preschool, and it's very limited street parking, so give yourself some time to find street parking, and you'll have to walk in.
Okay. Thank you. Future agenda items? I think you have that, Mr. Pitt?
So in light of my retirement announcement, it seems appropriate to put on the next agenda some kind of report about developing an RFP process.
Yes.
All right, so I will prepare that.
Okay. So that brings us to our next meeting, November 12th, and following that is December 10th. I'll say any motion to adjourn, I will entertain. Oh, Ms.
This might be good to add on, we'll add somewhere that the plans for the student, I don't know what you
the
call it,
student conversations.
before the board meeting.
Yes, that's right. So student study session, student voice topic, sustainability is a topic. We have to start it at 4:15, so, let me know what constraints that creates, but
That's on the 12th?
that's on the 12th.
Okay.
It was in the Friday letter last Friday, I think.
Okay.
We're allowing 75 minutes. That seems to be the right length, and then closed session starting at 5:30.
Okay. So update. Okay, I hear a motion. I second. All in favor? If not, you can stay here with the rest of us going home. Thank you so much for cabinet staying, Mr. Rouse.
Thank you,
Sandra, keeping us in order. Thank you so much.